A 1.6 60 foot is certainly very, very good out of a street car. The next car going through the burnout. BMW sedan, as I said, something for everybody here today. Saw some very nice R35 Skylines going through up to scrutineering as I walked in as well. You can see the mid-30s big pink Chevy sedan in the staging lanes, not too far away. If you haven't been to Sydney Dragway before as a competitor, don't be scared to ask any of the officials in the blue shirt what to do, or talk to maybe a couple of other competitors in the staging lanes. We're more than happy to give you some tips and tricks. BMW sounding very nice on its way down the Aeroflow lane. And runs on through for a 10.95, 129 miles an hour through the finish line. Very nice. Doing just over 100 mile an hour at half track, which in the metric is 100 mile an hour is about 160 kilometers per hour. Little BMW hatch, the next car to face the starter, bringing those white lights on, tells the starter they are ready to go. Top light is the pre-stage. The second white light, full stage. Once you bring that on, the starter will activate the Christmas tree. The lights will count down, and you'll run on through for an 11.01 there at 132 mile an hour. Big speed out of the BMW. And we're back into 2 lanes. Got the Commodore doing the big burnout in the Aeroflow lane, taking on the little Capri this time around, looking absolutely splendid out there in the morning sun here at Sydney Dragway. Had a nice set of Craigar wheels on it. Saw it as I walked through the staging lanes. Pretty even to the 60 foot, both cars, but the Capri looking to pull away at the top end of the racetrack. Runs on through for an 11.28, 125 miles an hour, to an 11.64 at 125. So virtually the same speed there for both those cars. The Mercedes station wagon taking on the Statesman over there in the rocket lane. Oh, big free rev there, I think, out of the Statesman, but might have just dropped out of gear. And a 17.19 with a 4, 97 miles an hour in the rocket lane to an 18.63. We see the big N on the back of the Holden in the Aeroflow lane, telling us that it's nitrous assisted, taking on the 300C Chrysler, who is getting all out of control in off the start line. If your car is spinning the wheels like that and you're going down the racetrack, just back off the throttle, bring the traction back into alignment, and then feed the power back in, and you'll get a little bit more representative time. unfortunately, when the cars are spinning the wheels like that, we can see almost from up here anyway, virtually a mirror image of two cars that have done the same. When you're carrying a little bit of wheel speed by the 100-foot mark and the car does start to go sideways, which it will, cars tend to have a tendency to want to hit the concrete wall, and I'm sure that there's nobody out there in the staging lanes that wants to take home a damaged car. Our big pink Chevy doing its thing in the Aeroflow lane this time around. 1084 with an 8, 125 miles an hour. And the Tirana in the other lane, 1170. But that big Chevy pushing some air and also moving and shifting a fair bit of steel. Big Falcon down there. Yeah, it is Falcon in the Aeroflow lane, taking on the Holden in the Rocket lane there. Looks to be pretty even. 1237 with a 0. 114 mile an hour through the top end for the Ford to take the win. Oh, I think that transmission's just gone in the Commodore or something. There's a lot of steam or smoke coming out of it just after that burnout. Yeah, it is, as you said, Ben, it's coming out of the right-hand bank there, so that's not good. Not good at all. Meanwhile, a little dark blue Capri running on down as a solo. 1122 with a 0, 120 mile an hour through the top end. Unfortunately, the Commodore getting pushed back. Good morning, Shane. I hope you're doing well. And, of course, welcome to all of our viewers on the Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel. Hope you enjoy the coverage of today's event here at Sydney Dragway. Of course, if you are at the venue and want to give us a shout out, tell us a little bit about your car or who you're with or whatever, as long as it's PG rated. Of course, if I see it, we can certainly send you a shout out via the PA. And of course, all of our regular viewers on that stream have a fantastic, I'll use the word vibe, Ben. They have a great vibe that they chat about the racing, but it's not all about the racing. And obviously they all have their types of cars that they like and tend to dig the elbows in a little bit, all tongue-in-cheek, of course. But yeah, it's a good little chat group that we've got going there via the YouTube channel. And of course, we do our best to live stream all of the events here at Sydney Dragway via that channel. Pair of Holden products on the start line right now. Start line officials just spotting something in the Aeroflow lane there. Of course, make sure your helmet is done up and you're wearing the appropriate shoes and clothing, of course. Oh, the ute a little bit loose out of the start line. But our Aeroflow racer, a 1097 with a 5, 123 miles an hour. Could hear that supercharger whining as it made its way down the racetrack. Another pair of Holden products on the start line. Pretty even in reaction times. The Rocket Lane out in front got to the 60 foot in 1.8 seconds and is building the lead from there. 11.35 with a 9, 127 miles an hour through the finish line to take the win. And a 12.57 at 111 for the Senator in the Aeroflow lane. Well, I'm picking a theme. There seems to be a lot of Holden products here at Sydney Dragway today. The car in the Aeroflow lane looking absolutely splendid in the sunshine. Brian Adder-Singh, one of our regulars here at Sydney Dragway in the Rocket lane, celebrated his birthday yesterday. So I was told by a mutual friend. Not going to tell everybody how old Brian is, but 12.33 with a 5, 111 mile an hour to take the win to a 12.12. So nice and close across the finish line, only about 0.2 of a second. Or should I say how young Brian is? I should say that, shouldn't I? Yeah. All right. Brian's partner in the Rocket lane now, Sammy Jo Johnson, the VE Commodore. 6 litre on board for her. Recently switching over to a automatic transmission. Did run the third pedal for quite some time. Got very good 008 on the Christmas tree for Sammy Jo in the Rocket lane. Meaning she left the start line 0.08 of a second after that green light came on. I tell you what, the Aeroflow lane is going to take the win here though. 11.43 with a 4, 120 mile an hour through the top end to an 11.96 with a 6 in the Rocket lane for Sammy Jo. .71 reaction time for the racer in the Aeroflow lane. Look, a little bit of something came out of the exhaust in the from the white Commodore in the Rocket lane. Might just been a little bit of condensation or something like that, but a 12.27 with a 7, 114 mile an hour through the finish line. Yeah. One of our hard-working officials in the Aeroflow lane is Angela Phipps-Hunt. Behind the wheel of a car this time, not hanging on to a set of handlebars. She's usually more comfortable on a motorcycle. But a 13.37 with a 508 mile an hour for Angela on this run. And a 12.21 at 115 for the VT Commodore in the Rocket lane. That's not fair, Ben. I can't repeat what you just said because she'll get angry with me. I was heading out last night. She drove through the intersection, she was on the road that I was turning onto, and I rang her and rang out. And then she's rung me back and said, oh, that's why he's ringing me. She's realised that I'm now following in the car. So had a good old chat. So I knew that she was coming out today. Hopefully she has a good time. Of course, the car, a fairly recent purchase, has done some fairly mild mods to it. And yeah, sounds nice on the road anyway. So that's pretty good. And on track now, we have the HT Holden in the Aeroflow lane, taking on the BMW in the Rocket lane with the nitrous on board. We just saw the big purge outside the left-hand side of the bonnet there. So a little bit unusual to see a nitrous system on a Euro car like this. Right, the Holden definitely with the measure 170 to the 60 foot. So that's from the start line to that first block that we see sitting in the centre of the racetrack, just to the start line side of the end of the blue paint in the middle. Next up, we're going to see a Jeep take on an XR5 Focus. Jeep looking very tough with all everything blacked out. .176 to the 60. Straight down the centre of the lane. 1177 with an 8. 116 mile an hour through the top end. Yes, that's exactly right, Ben. That's a fair bit of American steel to get moving. He's probably nudging the best part of 2 tonne, I dare say. What do you reckon? Ooh, okay. Ooh, I might be a little bit wrong on my weight estimate. I put it on a diet by the sound of it. Going down the racetrack now. A VW Tiguan taking on VK Commodore. I tell you what, the Tiguan's keeping it honest. Commodore just pulling away at the top end, 1332 with an 8, 106 mile an hour to 1379 with a 3, 100 mile an hour. Porsche out in front at the moment, but gets pipped right at the finish line. 1073 with a 9, 144 mile an hour out of the Aeroflow lane, but I think the Porsche would have a little bit left in it for the next run out. Next up, we have a McLaren down there on the start line. Well, I'll tell you what, the R35 just beat it to the finish line. 11.15 with a 4, 128 mile an hour out of the skyline to an 11.59 with a 9, a 129. Pretty good package, the R35, for what you can buy them for. Pretty good at going in a straight line and also, of course, going around. Yes, that's exactly right, Ben. It tries to tear your face off around corners. So no matter what you're interested in motorsport, And not too shabby, 11.08, 132 mile an hour out of this R35. Was doing 160 Ks or 100 mile an hour at half track. The BMW over there in the rocket lane, 12.16 with a 5 at 124. All right, I think it's the HZ down there in the Aeroflow lane. Taking on the Commodore over there in the right rocket lane. Looks like the HZ with a passenger on board. Of course, if you are a passenger in the car, you're not able to have a mobile phone recording or anything along those lines, so please refrain from doing that. They said just lifting that left front wheel on the head of the throttle. On a good run all the way through. 11.64 with a 2, 116 mile an hour, and looks like the Commodore unfortunately slowing at around the 200-foot mark. Can't see anything coming out of it, so maybe just a minor issue. We'll just wait for that car to go around the top end of the racetrack. Next up, we've got a HZ Holden with a parachute on board. Let's see what this thing can do. Taking on the Falcon utility in the rocket lane. The Holden out of the throttle at half track, but the Falcon 12.34 with a 3, 126 mile an hour through the top end, and a slowing 16.20 there out of the HZ. Did go 162 to the 60. Nice burnout from the Falcon down there in the rocket lane, taking on the Holden utility in the Aeroflow lane. Fairly decent set of tyres under the ute. Oh, the Falcon out with a lot of vigour, but also a lot of wheel spin. Car immediately turned over to the left. 082 on the tree for the ute, and he'll run on through for a 10.79 with a 2, 123 mile an hour. The Falcon gathered it up, ran the same speed, but 11.40 I think was the ET. Oh, that car immediately hooking over to the right on the head of the throttle. Good catch by the driver. Got out of the throttle, steered it back in the middle of the lane. Still managed an 11.76 with a 6, 132 mile an hour through the top end. Very nice little Tirana down there on the start line in the rocket lane. Little bit of a wiggle on the head of the throttle. 151 to the 60. And runs on through for a 9.67 with a 6. 137 miles an hour through the top end. Not a bad little pass. A little bit of a wiggle on the head of the throttle, but I'm sure that will change as the day wears on. Moving into our two-wheeled competitors right now, we've got Michael Richards, another one of our hardworking officials. He's on board Angela and Matt's motorcycle, GSXR 1000. Ran a PB on Wednesday night with this machine, hoping to get into the 920s today. Went pretty close on Wednesday night, went 9.30, I think, from memory. Gets away with an 0.44 light. Tucked well in behind that fairing. And a 9.31 with a 149 mile an hour through the finish line. So a very good start to his day. Pretty close to what he ran on Wednesday night. I'm sure with a little bit more tweaking. Maybe a few more RPM. A little bit of wheel spin for the bike in the rocket lane. Gathered it back up and now wide open throttle through the finish line. 10.40, 147 miles an hour through the top end to an 11.77 at 118 for the rider in the Aeroflow lane. The next pair of bikes just rolling up to the start line. .186 to the 60 in the rocket lane and runs on through first. A 9.68 with a 7. 161 miles an hour. Wow, that is certainly moving on a motorcycle. Just to put that into metric. Get the plastic 265, you reckon, Ben? We'll test you out, eh? Hang on. Or was it 160? 256, just under 260 kilometers an hour out of that previous bike. That one in the rocket lane, 9.93 with a 4, 146 mile an hour through the top end to a 13.43 in the Aeroflow lane. No, you weren't far off. .171 to the 64, our rocket lane rider through the finish line first, 9.55 with a 0, 146 mile an hour to a 10.20 in the Aeroflow lane. The next pair of bikes rolling up to the start line. .10.47 with a 1 in the Aeroflow lane there. Yeah. All right, Robert Simmons and Bobby Joe Simmons on the start line now. Both on the high bushes. Robbie lining up way over to the left-hand side of the lane. It looks like he's pointing at the shed at the finish line. That far over. 0.76 on the tree to an 0.74. Only 2,000s between them. Bobby Joe's going to get there first. 9.35 with a 7. 152 mile an hour for the Rocket Lane to a 9.92 with a 3 at 146. From Robert in the Aeroflow. Our next pair of cars waiting patiently in the water box. An all-forward battle this time around. Falcon taking on the Mustang. New flash set of wheels on the Mustang. Yeah, no. Pair of nice-looking Golfs on the start line. Of course, the Golf R and the Jetty are very popular here at Sydney Dragway. Of course, these cars are making good horsepower and, of course, making really good use of the traction with their all-wheel drive platform. Unfortunately, the driver in the Aeroflow lane not going to get a time on this run, but the Rocket Lane went 1.67 to the 60 and manages an 11.56 with a 5 at 115 mile an hour. I dare say a little bit more left in the car in the Rocket Lane. Another all-forward battle on the start line. This time, the FG Falcon taking on the Focus over there in the Rocket Lane. Seemed like the Focus bogged a little bit on the start line. A 2.9 second 60 foot would certainly indicate that. The Falcon, meanwhile, a 12.73 with a 5 at 117 mile an hour to a 13.9 at 115 for the Focus. Subaru taking on the Holden on the start line. $1.88 to the 60 for the Holden. Getting along very nicely. The Subaru keeping it honest, but the Holden will get there first. 12.54 with a 9, 108 mile an hour through the finish line to a 12.62 with an 8 at 114. So the Subi was catching the Holden at the top end. River pedal on the start line from the Falcon in the rocket lane. Got those grip back with the rear tyres. 10:39 with an 8, 138 mile an hour through the top end for the Falcon. And a 16:47 with a 2, 85 mile an hour in the Aeroflow lane. Just the quickest of pedals for the Falcon there. Got the rear wheels hooked back up to the racetrack.
Hello.
Well, that was a pretty close race across the finish line. Only a tenth of a second between the Mercedes and the MR2. Next up, we've got the BMW hatch down there in the Aeroflow lane, taking on the Toyota Supra in the Rocket lane. Now, the hatch, I think, went 130-something mile an hour on its first pass. So I dare say the Supra might have a little bit of work to do to keep up with it. But, of course, you know you can never underestimate the power of the 2J. So the BMW 177 to the 60. The Supra a little bit slower, but the Supra I feel coming on stronger, almost identical mile an hour. 131 for the BMW to 132 mile an hour for the Supra with a 1077 this time around. So that would have been a really good race if they were a little bit closer on the start line. Of course, their reaction time probably showing the difference there, but that BMW are very, very quick to the 60 foot. Lancer taking on the R34. Skyline a little bit quicker to the 60 foot. He's got it wound up now and he's just pulling away. 1291 with a 4, 111 mile an hour through the top end to a 1454 at 99 mile an hour for the Lancer in the Aeroflow lane. Next up, we have the Holden Utility taking on the Nissan Silvia. Silvia down there in the Rocket lane. Silvia just blazing the tyres on the hit. Utility driving straight down the centre of the Aeroflow lane, and we'll get there first. 1127 with a 140 mile an hour. Wow, that is a big top end. 140 mile an hour is usually good for a low 9. Yeah. Let's see if that ET drops out throughout the day. Next up, the VL Commodore taking on the Polo down there in the Aeroflow lane. think these two raced each other last time out, but in opposite lanes. That Capri looking really, really nice down there. All the chrome. Very nice set of wheels on it as well. Gets out of the Holden very nicely. 154 to the 60 foot. And we'll take the win at 10.81 with a 5. 126 mile an hour through the top end to an 11.71 with an 8 for the Commodore in the rocket lane there. Next up, the Holden Tirana taking on the Statesman. Tirana moving around a little bit on the head of the throttle. Nice strong pass though, 10.68 with an 8, 124 mile an hour. To a 14.85 for the Statesman in the rocket lane. Next up, we have the Mercedes wagon in the Aeroflow lane taking on this absolutely gorgeous 57 Chevy down there. The Chevy's raced a few times here at Sydney Dragway. .199 light for the Chevy. Goes 177 to the 60. And runs on through for an 11.55 with a 0. 119 mile an hour to a 12.06 for the Mercedes. Commodore taking on the Chrysler this time around. I think the Chrysler had a fair bit of wheel spin on its first pass. No such issue this time around. Funnily enough, the Commodore got to the 60 foot quicker than the Chrysler did, but at 12.88 with a 2. 111 mile an hour in the rocket lane to take the win. To a 13.49 with a 7. At 99 mile an hour. Next up, the Tirana taking on the HG Holden down there in the rocket lane. Nitrous on board for the rocket lane. Almost identical to the 60 foot. Looks like the rocket lane came around at the finish line. Takes the win, 11.16 with a 1, 124 miles an hour. Next up, the Ford Capri in the Aeroflow lane. Taking on Chelsea Smith, one of our regular modified racers in the Hyundai. Ford Capri will take the win though, an 11.18 with a 2, 121 mile an hour through the finish line to a 15.0 at 97 mile an hour. For Chelsea in the rocket lane. All right, the HSV taking on the Mustang down there in their rocket lane. We hear the LSA supercharger whining on its way down the racetrack. 1.51 to the 60 for the HSV. A 10.80 with a 4, 125 mile an hour. And the Mustang 13.77 with a 6 at 108. Picking up on the track mics that utility has some sort of forced induction on it. Definitely sounds a little bit doughy in the burnout, so I'm guessing it's probably got a turbocharger on it. I think this might have been the one that did this fairly slow ET, but big speed. Chasing down the VK in the rocket lane. And a 12.22 with a 6, 122 mile an hour for the utility to a 13.65 with a 4 for the VK. Brian Addising down there in the rocket lane. Need to go on another mid-12 second pass. 0.99 on the tree for Brian. Looks like the Commodore in the Aeroflow lane has his measure on the performance scale, a 10.72 with a 2, 130 mile an hour, to a 12.35 with a 4 at 112 in the rocket lane. HSV in the Aeroflow lane, taking on the VT Commodore over there in the rocket lane. A big puff of what looked to be fuel smoke out of the HSV and has gone into coasting. 11.44 with a 3, 120 mile an hour for the VT in the rocket lane. And it looks like the HSV has stopped, Ben, or is he still moving? Just very slowly. Still moving, very slowly. Just waiting for the car to clear the braking area. Our next pair of competitors already in the water box. Big burnout there from Semi Joe Johnson in the red VE. She went 008 on the Christmas tree. In the last run. Let's see what she can do this time. 080 this time around. Starting to stretch the legs. And runs on through for an 11.62 with a 1. 118 mile an hour. .081 on the tree for the Statesman in the Aeroflow lane. Again, that little bit of condensation out of the car in the rocket lane. The Statesman will run on through for a 12.17 with a 6, 114 mile an hour. Strong burnout from the utility down there in the Aeroflow lane. .133 on the tree for the red VT. Utility leaves the start line with a fair bit of wheel spin even after that big burnout. The VT will get there first, a 12.20 with an 8. And I think the Utes are coasting on down the Aeroflow lane at the moment. Barra General Motor Products on the start line. We have Angela Hunt in the rocket lane this time. Taking on the red VE over there in the Aeroflow lane. Antler's gone red, 008. Had a crack at the tree this time around. The VE Commodore just out in front at the moment and will take the win at 12.63 with a 3, 113 mile an hour to a 13.26 with a 6 at 109 for Angela. Another strong run for our Jeep in the Aeroflow lane there. 11.70, 116 mile an hour through the top end. Next up, the Ford Focus taking on the Holden Commodore over there in the Rocket lane. Commodore away first, but the Focus with the performance. Starting to build a gap as it makes its way down the Aeroflow lane. 76 mile an hour at half track and runs on through for a 14.56 at 96 miles an hour to a 17.0 at 83 mile an hour for the Commodore in the Rocket lane. Next up, the VW taking on the Toyota 86. This car looking very clean down there in the Rocket lane. It might well be the BRZ. Forgive me for getting that wrong if I have. The VW 195 to the 60. 79 mile an hour at half track. And we'll get the win. 13.70. 97 miles an hour to a 14.62 at 103 for the 86. Nice burnout from the car in the Aeroflow lane. Definitely some boosted action going on under that bonnet. The 86 away with a 2.5, 260 foot. The Commodore with the pedal. Sat there trying to build boost on the start line. Not sure if it's still... Yes, I am sure it was still under full power. 144 mile an hour. 10.36 with a 9 for the Commodore that was in the Aeroflow lane. Very decent speed there. 144 miles an hour is... 230 odd kilometres an hour. Next up, the GT3 Porsche in the Aeroflow lane this time around, taking on the R35. Now, I think the Skyline took the W on the last pass. But I also feel that the Porsche was out of the throttle early. So it will be interesting to see if the result's the same or if the Porsche driver can take the win this time around. I'll have to look on ET basis because the Porsche is gone and the R35 was still sitting on the start line. 11.73 with a 2, 121 mile an hour to an 11.0 with a 3 at 131. So on an even race, the Skyline definitely would have crossed the finish line first there as well. The R35 taking on the Commodore over there in the rocket lane. Commodore definitely sounded like it had a turbo or a lot of something coming out of the exhaust in the Commodore and a little bit loose at the 330 mark. The Skyline an 11.007 at 129 miles an hour. Commodore with a lot of wheel spin off the start line. 185 to the 60. The BMW was quick last time, but definitely not catching the Commodore. 11.44 with a 7, 129 to an 11.97 with a 1 at 123 for the BMW. Next up, the Holden Tirana taking on Braden Stewartson in the Audi RS3. Stewartson away with an 014 red light. Left 14 thousandths of a second too soon. Well, lucky you're not on commentary, Ben. And an 11.74 with an 8, 114 mile an hour for Braden in the Audi to take the win at 12.43 there for the Tirana. All right, both of these cars moving into the opposite lane to what they did their first run in. Falcon got a little bit loose on the first run. Tried to leave the start line with a lot of RPM on board. Let's see what happens this time around. Just rolling the beam, but will still get a time there. Went 2.03 to the 60. The Holden loose on the start line. I think big pedal, and the Falcon will take the win. 10.51 with a 1, 138 mile an hour to an 11.02 at 126 for the HZ. The Nissan Silvia taking on the Holden Utility this time around. The Ute just tagging the limiter in the burnout. I don't blame them. There was a fair bit of wheel work going on there. Hitting those rear tyres hard. 163 to the 60 for the Ute. But I dare say the Silvia with the horsepower at the top end of the racetrack. 154 miles an hour at 974 with a 2. 154 for the Silvia. The Ute was out and gone, but the Silvia mowed him down. Moving back into our motorcycles now for their second round at the Christmas tree. Just lifting the front wheel for the rider in the Aeroflow lane. 002 red for the rider in the Rocket lane. 2000s too soon. And the Aeroflow lane will take the win. 10:33 with a 6, I think it was. .094 to an .048 on the tree. Pair of good lights. And the Aeroflow lane will take it at 12.15 with a 2. Oh, big wheels up launch for the rider in the Rocket lane. Had to shift the weight forward. I think the Aeroflow lane's going to take it a 10.76 with a 9, 139 mile an hour to a 10.56 with a 6 there in the Rocket lane. The Aeroflow lane out in front with this one, a 9.55 with a 6, 152 mile an hour to a 9.98 with a 0, but 158 mile an hour for our rider in the Rocket lane there. Our next pair moving away from the start line. The Aeroflow lane racer with a much better leave and gets there with a 10.40, 139 to a 13.26 with a 9, 102 mile an hour. Next up we have Michael Riches taking on, I think, is Greg Horadam in the Rocket lane. Unfortunately, I don't have any or many of the driver-rider names up here. Just going off memory from the motorcycle. 017 red for Riches, 004 red for the racer in the Rocket lane. Riches will get there first. There's another new PB, a 9.29 with a 150 mile an hour out of the Suzuki for Michael Riches. That's his first 920 on this motorcycle. And a 9.96 with a 6, 147 mile an hour for our Rocket lane racer. Looked like some issues on the start line for the Aeroflow lane. Still managed 120 mile an hour across the finish line though. Yes, I think you're right, Ben. Might have stalled the motorcycle on the dropping of the clutch. Or should I say the sliding of the clutch, because you don't actually... Rocket lane over towards the wall on the leave. Still staying in the throttle and will take the win on this one. 10.01 with a 4, 143 mile an hour to a 10.81 with a 5 at 131 in the Aeroflow lane. Our next pair of bikes away from the start line. Ooh, a little bit of smoke out of the bike from 1,000 foot on in the Aeroflow lane, and it's not getting any better. It has cleared a little bit in the braking area. Once the rider got out of the throttle, it did stop. It looks like we'll just check out that Aeroflow lane with some of our track walkers and the finish line walkers. In the meantime, we might just throw to our big screen for a couple of quick words from some of our sponsorship partners here at Sydney Dragway, and I'll be back with you very, very shortly here at the Aeroflow Sunday sessions at Sydney Dragway.
Bang shift shifters from Aeroflow Performance are truly the modern shifter for the modern age. Featuring a full bespoke billet case, all shifters are designed for right-hand drive vehicles with an LED lit gear position indicator. Available in either ratchet or gated options, as well as OEM replacement shifters for popular Holden and Ford vehicles. A large range of bang shift spares are available for each shifter that includes shifter cables, brackets, lever and gate kits, trans brake buttons and drop boxes for the ideal mounting solution. Shift into gear and check out a full listing at aeroflowperformance.com.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh wow, the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you mean so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to the Western Weekender. The Western Weekender is Penrith's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. The Western Weekender is the heartbeat of Penrith and it's out every Thursday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area, home delivered, or check out westernweekender.com.au.
Boosted turbochargers from Aeroflow Performance are designed for the automotive enthusiast who wants optimal performance at a competitive price. We have a range of turbochargers in both ceramic ball bearing and 360-degree journal bearing options to suit your power goals from 200 up to 3,000 horsepower. To help turbocharge your vehicle, Aeroflow Performance also have a large range of turbocharger accessories, from steam pipe turbo manifolds, external wastegates, and internal solutions. For a full listing, check out aeroflowperformance.com.
Speed Addict Clothing Co. Fast clothes for fast people. Shop now at speedaddictco.com.au.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport. And that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw kart driver.
Not slow.
Not difficult.
Not just ticking boxes.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
I've chosen to use VP Racing fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP Racing Fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP Racing Fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent, it's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. BikeReview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. BikeReview.com.au. Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland, and it's out every Tuesday.
Ford Focus taking on the Audi hatch over there in the rocket lane. Focus went 2.44 to the 60. Got motoring pretty well at the top end of the racetrack. 13.34 with a 5. 1.15 through the finish line. And the Audi in the rocket lane, a 17.59 at 72 mile an hour. Next up, we have an all-Ford battle happening once again. The FG Falcon in the Aeroflow lane, taking on the Mustang down there in the rocket lane. The BA Falcon taking on the Ford Mustang. Of course, if you're at the venue and want to watch our live stream via your device, check out the Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel. You need to search Sydney Dragway official. If it doesn't have the official bit on the end, it's not our stream, and you're probably handing over all your information to someone that shouldn't have it on the internet. So Sydney Dragway official on YouTube is the address for the live stream. Feel free to jump on there, shout out to some friends, shout out to some people if we can. We'll do our best to get those mentioned throughout the day. And of course, the beauty of the live stream is you can, if you've got a friend racing or something, you can always go back and watch it a few times if you so desire. So Sydney Dragway Official on YouTube is the YouTube channel that we are live streaming this and the majority of the events that we host here at Sydney Dragway. HSV in the Aeroflow lane on its way to another 10-second pass. Just missed the 10s this time. 11.07 with a 9. 1.22 through the finish line. And I think it was the Honda there in the rocket lane. An unrepresentative 22-second pass. Now, Ben. It's not a Mark 1 Cortina, all right? The Skyline down there in the Aeroflow lane taking on the Mercedes SUV. If you haven't been to Sydney Dragway before and you're wondering where I'm reading the times from, each of those orange reflectors down the centre line of the racetrack is a reflector for a laser beam that is in under each wall. As the car runs through it, it either gives a time or a speed, which is then recorded as the car runs down the racetrack. Shows up on my screen up here, but the driver or rider will then get a time slip once they go back past into the pits. That time slip will have all that same data on, and they're able to look at that and maybe dissect it a little bit. But an 11.89 with a 4, 114 mile an hour. The Mercedes will take the win on that race. So we see the 60-foot marker, as I say, is the first timer that the vehicle will run through, which is at the just in front of the Christmas tree there. Then the next timing block is the 330-foot mark, or around 100 metres from the start line. Then you have the 594 and the 660, which is combines the 660 being a half-track marker, but the 594 is required to give us the speed. And a 12.63 with a 6, 120 mile an hour for our Aeroflow lane racer there. To a 15.56 for the car in the Rocket lane. Next up we have the Subaru taking on the Falcon down there in the Rocket lane. So after the 660 we then have the 1,000-foot marker, then the 1294, and then the 1320. So 1320 is, of course, a quarter of a mile, 1,320 feet, or 402 metres, and that is the finish line. Nicely for the Falcon, 188 to the 60. Left with a little bit of RPM on board, 90 mile an hour to half track. The Subaru not too far behind, a 12.20 with a 9, 113 mile an hour to a 13.31 at 111 miles an hour. Big smoky burnout down there from the FG Falcon. That smoke just lingering down around that car down there. The Holden just blazing the tyres on the hit. Falcon went 203 to the 60, but I think there's a little bit of turbo action happening on both cars actually on the track mics. I think, could be wrong. The Falcon got there first with a 1284 at 109 mile an hour. And the time in the Rocket lane definitely unrepresentative for the Holden. Tirana taking on the one-tonner in this race. Tirana getting to the 61.94 seconds. And out in front at the moment, and 11.69 with a 4, 120 miles an hour. To a 14.32 at 87 mile an hour for the one-tonner. Next up, the Old Valiant taking on the HZ Holden. Got some issues for the HZ. Got out well with a 1.9 second 60 foot, but I think that's about as far as it stayed under the power. A 13.98 with an 8.99 miles an hour for the Valiant. Next up, our little MR2 taking on the Mercedes in the Rocket lane. The MR2 in full stage has both the white lights on at the top of the tree. We have a pre-stage is the first one. Full stage is the second light, and then once you've both competitors have their two lights on, the tree is activated by the starter and will count down. Not sure if we're going to a Pro Tree arrangement a little bit later on this afternoon. A 12.12 with a 9, 131 miles an hour out of the MR2. Next up, the little Honda in the Aeroflow lane, taking on the Mitsubishi Lancer in the Rocket lane. That Honda absolutely smashing the limiter at the top of first gear. And on a mission now, out in front of the Lancer. I think, no, the Lancer came back around at 14.13 with a 9.109. Will take it to a 13.67 with an 8. For the little Honda. Next up, the Toyota Supra taking on the Nissan Silvia. Both cars with a little bit of wheel spin off the start line, but the Supra gathered it up pretty quickly and it is on a good pass. 10.92 with a 6, 132 miles an hour. Pretty big speed there for the Supra. Dare say there's a fair bit left in that. Our staging lane's absolutely packed here at Sydney Dragway. Skyline away first. But here's this little ute. He ran like 140 something mile an hour on the last pass. Again, 139 mile an hour through the top end and 11.0. There is a good second in that car in the 60 foot. I think 2.02 to the 60. I think if you got the 60 foot time down to where it probably should be, we should see a very low 10 or a high 9 out of that utility. It's so unassuming. Next up, the VL's taking on the Lexus down there. Looks like a good close race. Looks like the Lexus out in front though. 13.96 with a 102 mile an hour. Next up, the HSV taking on the VW Polo. And the HSV runs through first with a 12.17 at 117 mile an hour to a 17.0 at 86 mile an hour for the Polo. Next up, we have the Toyota 86 taking on, I think, our first rotary of the day. Yep, a little RX-3 808 down there. I know that little black Datsun Ute that I mentioned earlier. It's got a rotary in. I can see it at the head of the staging lanes down there on our camera on the back of the building. Wheels up launch from the RX-3. Just dangling the front left. Car moved around a little bit. The driver staying in the throttle. Comes around the BRZ at half track and runs on through for a 10.32 with a 5, 132 miles an hour. Yeah, nice. 106 mile an hour to half track. The 86 in the Aeroflow lane, a 15.96 with a 1. Next up, the BMWs taking on the Golf R over there. In the rocket lane. The BMW is going to get their first 11:43 with an 8, 131 miles an hour to an 11:61 at 119. A car in the rocket lane is a pretty rare beast. Mercury Cougar. Leaving the start line very, very nicely. 180 to the 60. Is he going to stay in front? The car in the Aeroflow lane chasing him down. 11:48 with a 4. 119 miles an hour to an 11:38 with a 7 at 121. So yes, definitely the Aeroflow lane was closing the gap, but just ran out of real estate. And the rocket lane through the finish line first with a 12:43, 123 miles an hour to a 15:66 with an 8, 89 mile an hour. In the Aeroflow lane. Next up, our BMW hatchback taking on the Ford Capri. A little bit of wheel spin and limiter action there for the Ford Capri. The BMW definitely keeping it honest. And the Capri gets there by 0.06 of a second across the finish line. 11:38 with a 7, 128 mile an hour to a 10:98 with a 9. And 132, I think it was, across the finish line. Orange Tirana taking on the HSV over there in the rocket lane. .002 on the tree for the rocket lane. I think our best light of the day so far, meaning they left 0.02 of a second after that green light came on. 11:15 with a 2, 124 mile an hour in the rocket lane. Next up, the HG Holden in the rocket lane. The HG talking up off the start line. Looked like it almost wanted to lift that left front wheel. It's on a bit of a number here. 11:34 with a 1, 123 mile an hour to a 13:004 at 110 for the Ute in the Aeroflow lane. 11.72 with an 8.116 mile an hour for the Rocket Lane to take the win to a 13.04 at 103. Classic Ford versus Holden battle on the start line. The Tirana away. Looks like manually shifted. We see the car moving around on the gear shift. 12.09 with an 8.115 mile an hour. And the Falcon in the Rocket Lane. 10.87 with a 3 at 126. It's a little bit slow off the start line, but I dare say building boost. Pretty sure that one Barra 6 powered. Next up, the Ford Mustang taking on Chelsea Smith in the Hyundai. Smith away with the 1.75 reaction time. The Mustang will have to chase it down. Don't know if it's going to get there. The Hyundai still out in front at 1,000 foot and takes the win by 4/10. Goes 15.13 with a 9.97 miles an hour through the top end to a 13.26, I think it was, in the Aeroflow lane. And next up, we'll have the Mercedes taking on the 57 Chev. Really like the colour of this Chevy. And the big Chevy takes the win, 11.45 with a 3, 120 mile an hour through the top end. Next up, we have the Holden versus Toyota battle on the start line. Holden out in front. Building a good lead. And a 12.40 with an 112 mile an hour through the finish line. And a 16.32 at 87 for the Rocket Lane. Next up, the 300C taking on the Falcon. 300 is definitely going to cross the finish line first. 13.07 with a 7. 111 mile an hour, but 11.96. 123 through the finish line for the Falcon. What did they call those wagons, Ben? Was it a Trax or something? No, I can't remember. The all-wheel drive. Yes. Pretty rare beast on the road here in Australia. I don't think they made many of them. Doing battle with a big mid-30s Chevy. 11.09 with a 3. 131 miles an hour out of the wagon with the nitrous. To an 11.94 with a 3 for the Chevy in the rocket lane. Adventurer, there you go. Thanks, Big Daddy. A bad daddy, beg your pardon. I'll learn to read. One of our viewers on the live stream just contributing. Thank you very much. VK leaving a red light on the start line. I think some issues for the VT driver. But the VK will still get a time. 14.17 with a 2.99 mile an hour. Next up, a pair of GM products on the start line. And it looks like the Aeroflow lane is going to take the win here. 11.34 with a 4, 129 mile an hour through the top end. Brian Addising in the Aeroflow lane, leaving all that smoke wafting up past my window, taking on his partner, Semi-Joe. 0.29 to an 0.38. These two should race each other all the time because they always bring out the best in their reaction times for each other. I know that that is an important part of their run. 11.62 with a 2 at 118 mile an hour for Semi-Joe to take the win. Yeah, definitely you're correct, Ben. Semi definitely starting to get the head around the new transmission. Good side-by-side race. 300s across the finish line. The VT Commodore gets there first at a 12.18. We hear those rear tyres and the Commodore struggling for grip, and it looks like the driver on the brakes at around half track. The utility passes the Commodore at about the same time. No, they roll reverse. I thought the Ute was going to run away with it. Looked down at the screen for a second, and the Ute slowed, and the Commodore picked back up again. I don't know if there must have been a missed gear or something, perhaps. Next up, our Jeep will be taking on the VK in the rocket lane. Pretty even off the start line with this one. The Jeep with a slightly better reaction time. And we'll get there first. 11.76 with a 2, 116 mile an hour to a 13.01 with a 9 and 106. Next up, Angela Hunt in the Statesman, taking on our Toyota 86 driver there with the GoPro off the roof. .081 on the tree for Angela. It's not a bad light. I know she puts a lot of pressure on herself to cut good lights. And a 13.27 with a 7.109. So the car looks to be running pretty consistently from memory. And a 13.62 over there for the Toyota. Next up, the VW Tiguan taking on the Ford Focus. The Focus with the light web 345. But it looks like the all-drive platform of the VW taking advantage of its launching capabilities, and a 13.72 with a 5, 97 mile an hour to a 14.56 and 99 mile an hour. So the Focus just quicker at the top end. Love that doughy sound of the turbocharged LS in the utility doing the burnout there. And the Ute runs on through for an 11.93, 122 mile an hour. VL taking on the nitrous-assisted BMW over there in the rocket lane. Pretty sure the VL's got turbocharger on board. Oh, the BMW a little bit crossed up at 60 foot, as is the VL. Both cars going into a controlled, I'll say slide, but both of them bringing it back under control. 10.46 with a 2, 138 mile an hour for the VL in the Aeroflow lane to a 12.43 with a 2 for the BMW. Yeah, big top end charge from the VL there. Commodore taking on the Tirana here. Commodore out in front. And will take the win. 12.54 with a 0. 131 miles an hour to a 12.39 with a 9 at 109 for the Tirana in the Rocket Lane. Next up, this absolutely gorgeous Datsun 1200 utility. Rotary powered. I saw it when I walked across the staging lanes. Looking absolutely splendid in the gloss black. It's got the World Pro Stars on it. Taking on Braden Stewartson in the JM Auto Repairs Audi in the Rocket Lane. .056 on the tree for Braden. Building some boost there for the Datsun. Just wiggling around at the 330 foot mark. The driver staying in the throttle. And runs on through for a 10.41 with a 3, 136 mile an hour in the Aeroflow lane there. The Nissan Silvia there, 10.06 with a 7, 147 miles an hour through the top end. Big top end speed. Next up, the little Holden Tirana taking on the Holden Utility over there in the Rocket Lane. I think from memory, the Tirana went into the 9s. So one of our quickest cars here today. The Ute smashing those rear tyres again, and the Tirana very loose on the hit of the throttle. Driver making the right decision to get out of it. The Ute runs on through for 10.88 with a 1 at only 123. I have a feeling there is something amiss with the rear end in this Holden. It looks like there's a suspension bush not playing the game or something like that, because every time he got on the power, it just wanted to crab down the racetrack then. Lucky to hang on to it on the head of the throttle, but that would have been me done, actually, Ben. But, yeah, deciding to have a couple more goes at it. Moving back into our two-wheeled races here today. .105 reaction time for our rider in the Aeroflow lane, the better of the two. But the Rocket lane definitely with more performance. 10.14 with an 151 miles an hour to an 11.92 at 119. .11.38 with a 0.114 mile an hour. Takes the win over a 13.20 at 99 mile an hour in the Rocket lane. Our next pair of bikes already up at the starting line. And the Aeroflow lane will take it at 10.45 with a 141 mile an hour. .175 to the 60 for our rider in the Aeroflow lane. Runs on through for a 9.36 with an 161 miles an hour. So that's probably nudging 260 kilometres an hour there. Definitely moving at the top end of the racetrack. As our next pair of bikes head down the racetrack here at Sydney Dragway, welcome into the commentary box my co-commentator for the afternoon, Patrick Elliott. Welcome to Sydney Dragway.
G'day, Bushy. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Good, mate.
Yourself?
Yeah, a little bit out of breath. I sort of ran up the stairs. But
So I see you've got a Monster Energy drink there, so you'll be sweet.
I was about to give this to Benny because he was complaining he didn't have a coffee.
I don't know if I've ever seen Ben drink it.
This is rocket fuel, so it might,
Yes.
Nonetheless, here we go. I've got a pair of bikes heading on down the lane. I can see a ZX14R in the left lane, maybe a GSX-R in the rocket. That will pass on through for a 964 with a 1 at 152 miles per hour, a 1024 with a 5 at 143 in the Aeroflow lane for the Kawasaki.
We've got one of our bikes here, Pat, went 161 mile an hour, just pretty much as you must have been walking up the stairs. So I think our quickest in terms of speed here today.
161, all right. I can see some gear down in the staging lanes though, Bushy. There's certainly some horsepower on display, so let's try and give these two-wheel guys a bit of run for money from the four-wheel dudes too. Cherry on the tree for Robert Simmons there, but that's all right. He's just getting in a bit of practice for competition rounds. Nice reaction time from the rocket lane there, 077 on the tree.
Yeah, Robert's got one over Bobby this time around and got there first. Next up we have Michael Richards in the Aeroflow lane.
Bit more practice for the next round of track championships.
Yes.
Speed out your clothing.
Yep, Michael on a borrowed bike at the moment. He's just done a PB on the last run, went into the 9.2s.
Brilliant.
So it credits that to being a little bit lighter than a little bit more aero, being able to tuck into that fairing.
Yep.
9.32 with a 3 there, 149 mile an hour through the finish line.
If that is still a 750.
No, no, it's not. That's
okay,
1,000.
yeah,
His actual bike, his bike is a 750. But
I was going to say it's 149 mile per hour for 750.
Yeah, no, he's done a little bit of damage
Fair enough.
to the 750.
All right, pair of Golfs here. Got the Golf R in the rocket lanes, got away pretty cleanly. 169, 60 foot, but a bit of an issue with the launch control by the looks of things in the Aeroflow lane. Still technically in stage, so not too bad.
Yeah, so still will get a representative time. He didn't break the timing system, break the beam, so that would have triggered the timing system to start. So and a 12.22 with a 7, 115 mile an hour.
And the Golf R in the other lane gives you an indication on 60 foot time impacting on ET.
Yes.
Same mile per hour, but
Yes.
almost identical ETs as well.
Yep.
About half a second difference in the 60 foot time.
Yeah,
so.
it's a fair difference, isn't it? The advantage you get out of having the all-wheel drive platform under the right foot rather than just the front-wheel drive.
Absolutely.
Two very cool cars sitting down on the start line here, Pat. I saw this Tirana as I walked in and went, oh, yeah, that's nice. I like that. So blown V8 under the bonnet. We can see the supercharger sticking out, and then the scoop on top of that. But in the Aeroflow lane, a very nice Chevelle.
Beautiful Chevelle. A little bit of wheel spin off the line and continuing through past the 60 foot. It's going to get on out there at 1.660 nonetheless with a wheel speed. 1.5 for the Tirana in the rocket lane. Chevelle crosses for a 10.43 with a 6 at 133 miles per hour. 10.56 with a 3. 1.28 for the Tirana. It's a pretty stout VK coming through here. It's got a very well-known name on the rear window, Warspeed Engine Building Services. There, Troy, very, very familiar with the LS product. So you know that there's plenty of horsepower on board. Let's see if the Euro horsepower can stand up at all in the rocket lane with a little, looks like I'm going to say an F87, maybe an M2 down there, but could be a 235 as well.
See, I would have just said it's a BMW. Technically, I'm not wrong.
Very close reaction time from both competitors there, but the VK will streak to the lead at 10.52 with a 6 at 128. But maybe surprisingly, a 10.93 at 129 for the unassuming BMW in the rocket lane.
So the Beamer actually had an extra mile an hour there, Pat.
Absolutely.
Definitely keeping the Holden product honest across the finish line.
That turbo mile per hour always comes in handy, right?
Mm-hmm.
So very interesting package in those late model Euros, as we've mentioned previously here. Looks like a late model Subaru WRX or STI in the Aeroflow lane. It's in full stage. We've got the F6. Looks like a BF, I think, from here. looking at the colour and the body kit. The F6 Typhoon. Subi's out first with the quicker reaction time, but a 188 60 foot, and that Typhoon is packing on the power later on. Looks like Subaru might have missed a gear or had a bit of an issue. 1067 at 138 for the Big Falcon. That is a nice pass for the combo.
I think it might have just had a very minor pedal there to try and bring. Yeah, it did on its previous passes too. So it's getting closer to being representative to what we could expect out of that Falcon. I'm not sure on horsepower, dyno figures, etc. But we all know that the Barra.
Well, it's always it's always stout. It's always good for some dyno numbers, that's for sure. We just love seeing them being relayed here into mile per hour and ET on Sydney Dragways. Beautiful surface. All right, not your average Grandpa's Kingswood down here in the Aeroflow lane.
No,
it's a pretty cranky 186, if it is still a 186 in that combination.
Well, the air cleaner definitely offset out of the bonnet, Pat. I don't know if you're able to catch that as it drove out from under us. I think you went 12.5, was it, Ben? 12.5 on the previous pass? Yeah, so it's no slouch, man.
That's
it went
pretty spicy holding.
Yeah, it went 1.8 to the 60.
Oh, bit of a stumble there off the launch.
Unfortunately. See, he's stabbed the throttle and then had another go, and unfortunately the timer has already started. So the ET at the other end is not going to be representative. However, the mile an hour, still 108 mile an hour through the top end.
Even still, a Kingswood with a 186 in it doing a 13.4 down the quarter mile.
Yeah,
It's pretty impressive, really. So can't complain about that, but hopefully we can get it back out and make a cleaner launch. We've got a newer 86, I think it is. It's either a Toyota 86 or a Subaru BRZ, whichever one.
You say tomato, I say tomato.
Exactly. So that's pulled up. Nice car, these, actually. They really stepped up the styling, I think.
Yeah.
I've had a bit of experience with the previous model around the circuit across the road, and a great platform, but missing a little bit of torque, and I think these ones have filled it in with a 2.4 litre instead of the 2 litre now. So.
Yeah, I think that was probably their sort of, I would say, from a marketing point of view. I know it was aimed at being able to get the younger drivers into it.
Absolutely.
And because of that, they probably forego the potential performance that they could have easily whacked in with, turbocharger or something like that. But then that would have taken away from the original concept.
Exactly. It was supposed to be a fun car that you can chuck around, and be very open to modifications.
Yes.
So a bit of forward-on-forward action down here. We've got the FG G6E Turbo in the left lane. I think that says Mr. Barra on the number plates.
It does.
And we've got the late model Mustang. I'm going to say maybe a Super Snake, judging by the badge that's on the rear deck lid. The Barra, better reaction time, but a clear advantage in the 60 foot for the Mustang. It's going to be clean. It looks like the Mustang might just edge him out there. 1092 with a 7, 129 mile per hour.
Yeah, 1179 at 125 for the Falcon. Only 3/10 across the finish line.
Not a lot.
Not a lot at all, Pat.
Excellent. All right. So what we got down here, it looks like is that an E30 BMW? I think it might be, with a wide body kit on there. But it's not happy.
It is too. That threw me because I was trying to look at what the
E30 two-door.
Blacked out tail lights too.
Yeah. Yeah, slightly different tail lights, but I hope it comes back because I really like E30s. We're working on several of them in the workshop at the moment.
You're really liking them unless they're there for another 3 weeks.
Yeah.
You're like, get this thing out of here.
We have been doing a lot of work on a couple of them, so yeah, it's a couple of really nice ones.
Well, you know what that means. It means the workshop's making money if you've got doing a lot of work on
I hope so. I want to keep a job. All right, so we've got the. I want to say
they call these a Skyline, didn't they?
Yeah, it's a Skyline.
350
I
something.
want to say it's a V36, maybe. V35 was the same time as the 350Z here.
Yes.
Then there was a 36 and then a 37 with the 370.
See, but what really threw me is they call them a Skyline.
Yes.
I was like, why'd you do that? I wonder. But anyway.
Well, because they went to GTR when they went to R35.
Yes, they did too.
So
Okay,
it was no longer at like 30, 32, 3, 4 or Skyline GTRs.
So they wanted to keep the name alive.
Yes, the 35 became just the GTR. So. And you've already got a brand patented or trademarked or whatever. So why go through the whole rigmarole?
Yes.
And create another model. I think they've retired it now, though. I don't think they still do a Skyline.
Well, it's a bit of a shame.
Yeah.
Because when was the first one? Was
1960 something.
Yeah.
Which was under the Prince brand back
Yes.
then. Some car nerd trivia for you. And the first GTR as well was technically under Prince, I think.
Oh, was it?
That might just be Skyline. I might just be blabbing rubbish now, which is pretty standard. Not sure, Benny. Not sure.
I'm sure there's someone on Facebook that's searching you up right now.
Absolutely, someone will correct me. 023 reaction time is really nice from that Falcon in the rocket lane. It crosses through for an 11.91 at 123 mile per hour. The Mustang 1464 at 101 mile per hour. Got a feeling that might be a 4-cylinder Mustang. I didn't see if it had the pony badge on the back or the GT.
Yes.
That's the easy way to pick it if you can't hear them.
Ford Falcon taking on the Focus down there in the rocket lane.
Listen to the two-step action for the Focus.
Focus, yeah.
Oh, aggressive clutch dump there as well.
Still seems to bog a little bit even with the two-step on it.
Yep. I think he might have had a couple of bites at the cherry
Yes.
on that two-step just because of the time that the Falcon was taking. The Falcon does run him down 1170 at 136 mile per hour to a 1293 at 114. Quite the horsepower difference there between the two vehicles, of course. 20-odd mile per hour.
Yeah, only about a tenth across the finish line though. So
overall time, yeah. All right. Speaking of Skylines, R33 GTST, by the looks of things, in the Aeroflow lane versus the VZ Commodore Ute. Commodore Ute with a bit of a wiggle, but that IRS really trying to put the power down in the rocket lane there. 169 to the 60 foot, 1020 with an 8 at 139 mile per hour. Really nice pass from that VZ.
I think that's Eden from Area 51.
Okay.
In the rocket lane there.
Turbo action on board.
Yeah, very well sorted utility. Because we all know the Utes sometimes struggle a little bit to get traction, and that thing works.
That IRS
99%.
Yeah, it does.
of the time.
Sorry to interrupt you. That IRS in the VT to VZ it's a tricky thing to get your head around, but once you do figure out the formula to make a bit of traction off those things and get them a bit more reliable, it's surprising how quick you can go. Before my car went to a 9-inch and 4-link, people would almost fall over when you told them you ran a 145 60 foot, on that IRS. You're a bit of axle tramp away from smashing a diff or a shaft out of it as well. So
your fingers.
Okay. I used to have a nice chat with my car before we pulled up to the line. Every time we did a pass.
Now, baby.
Yeah.
I want to drive you on the trailer.
Now, Mr. Diff, we're about to ask you to do things that you're not supposed to do. So, but it went all right, and then we retired it, and I think it went off to live in a. I don't know. I think it might have went off to live in a Ute, actually. Had some good shocks and stuff around that. Maybe it's in that one. You never know.
So were you like Chip Ganassi? Is it Chip Ganassi that does that? Goes around and blesses all the parts of his cars.
Oh, I don't know.
I think it is. It's one of the IndyCar principles. Goes and blesses the wing and tyres, wheels, etc.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
All right. So late model JDM versus Aussie old school muscle here. We've got the Subaru in the Aeroflow lane and the Tirana in the Rocket lane. Actually, really closely paired.
Yeah.
Very close on the 60 foot. Very close at the 8th. 1327 at 98 for the Aeroflow lane and 1357 at 104 for the Rocket lane. That was an interesting race. A bit more old school muscle here. We've got. I'm not going to put my mortgage on it. I'm just going to say HTK. G in the
mid-70s Holden.
Yeah, Holden in the left lane, and a Valiant, I believe, in the right lane there.
Yeah, Valiant came out with a fair bit of vigour there, Pat. But
and talk about vigour. I'd say there's a bit of boost involved with this 186 on the in the Aeroflow lane there. 1540 with a 6 at 95 mile per hour for the Valiant. Again, no one back in when that car was made was expecting that. And 1492 at 118 mile per hour.
On a shut-off.
On a shut-off, yeah.
Yeah.
So definitely a little bit of start line figuring out to happen for the Holden in the Aeroflow lane. Try and find a bit more traction after the heading towards the 60-foot with the tyres blazing.
Yeah, because I mean, a lot of the cars here today, you know, Pat and I have called a lot of racing over recent times.
Yep.
You know, a lot of our competitors out on the racetrack today might only race once or twice a year. So, and predominantly we're talking about street cars here. So, you know, their main purpose is to do a cars and coffee or, you know, cruise with a car club, etc., etc. And not normally to come out here and test it to the nth degree. So, you know, with a little bit more track time, those little bugs can be sorted, and, you know, hopefully the driver can achieve the full potential of what's under the bonnet and the chassis of the car.
Absolutely, Bushy. And sometimes it can be a little bit, it doesn't need to be, but it can be a little bit intimidating. You come out here, you're looking at the lights, you're getting confused. Oh, that guy's he's already left. You know, I'm not ready to leave. It really doesn't matter.
No.
That's what a lot of people have to remember here at a Race for Real event. You're not heads up against the other driver. It's just basically when you're ready to go. The green light means you're ready to go when you are.
Yep.
So as the lights drop, you don't have to worry about, unless of course it's your mate and you want bragging rights at the pub later on today. You don't have to worry about the car in the other lane. So you can go whenever you're ready, as long as that green light drops. Good to go.
This little MR2 has run down some pretty good times already this morning. Pat, as we know, there are a number of them done by performance shops around Sydney. This one, 1178, 131 miles an hour. As you and I would know, that's probably good for a good second off that probably a second and a half maybe off that ET based on the speed.
Yep. Still in mid two, I think 2.3 60 foot on that one. So there's a lot to, if you can get that into under 2 seconds, that thing's right at a 10-second pass. So another unassuming BMW down there in the Aeroflow lane, a 2060 foot. Looked like I think a little 2 something, but seems to have rolled off the gas, I think, here. Was making pretty decent time to the 8th. 1558 at 66 mile per hour, definitely off the gas by a long way. And the Polo in the Rocket lane is 16.6. You know, when I got here, Bushy, you said there's a bit of everything downstairs, and you weren't overestimating that at all. You weren't overstating that at all.
I'm a very truthful person.
I wouldn't suggest otherwise, but sometimes commentators can be a little bit, I don't know.
Exaggerate stuff.
Yeah, maybe exaggerate stuff a little bit. But another Golf R by the looks of things in the Aeroflow lane up against the Lexus. I didn't quite see what it is. It's either an ISF or an RCF or something along those lines. The Golf R goes through for an 1148 with a 9 at 119. And the Lexus a 1417 at 101. All right, this time we have a bit of a variation here. So it looks like a VTSS in the Aeroflow lane and a Mercury Cougar, I believe that is, in the Rocket lane down there.
Yeah, actually a pretty rare beast down there.
A genuine XR7 Cougar, which is even rarer. And this one's no slouch. It's got a bit of pep in its step, a 165 60 foot, very clean out of the hole. It's going to lead the way on the Commodore down there, 1103 with a 2 at 124.94 mile per hour. Commodore across for a 1568 at 88. Is that Cougar made a couple of passes already today?
Yeah, that was his third run, I think.
Yep.
For the day so far.
Very close to dipping into the 10s there.
Yeah. It has raced here many times before at Sydney Dragway. Used to run a couple of the track series in that, but haven't seen the car for a little while. I did notice it on the trailer when I came in, but yeah, good to see it back.
Am I mistaken, but does it say Karen on the boot lid? I think it's a big sticker that says Karen on the boot lid with a big, like, red lipstick kiss there. I'd like to know the backstory there. All right, looks like possibly a BMW 140 in the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, he's got like 130 something mile an hour on.
Yep. There you go, 1092 with a 5 at 130 mile per hour. So if that's a 140 that's got the B58 engine in it, which is what's found in the latest Supra.
Ah, right.
So same platform, 3-litre twin turbo, 6-cylinder,
and no engine bay room.
No engine bay room, but man, they're just full of potential.
Yes.
The it's really interesting actually. The B58 engine from the factory with BMWs anyway are actually really lean. They run really lean up to about 4,000 RPM.
Yeah.
So they're on to the the emissions and all that sort of stuff.
Yes, yes.
But at the same time, it makes a lot of power.
Yeah.
So then if you go and you get it tuned, throw a little bit of fuel at it, a little bit of caressing with some boost and things like that, and all of a sudden it's another complete animal. So yeah, a lot of that's probably the only benefit of all this emissions chasing, I think, from these late model manufacturers, right?
Yeah.
Once we go, all right, don't care about that anymore.
Yeah, just make sure you don't just put more boost in it though.
No. Yeah.
Because that's when Pat's workshop does really well.
That's when we fix it. All right, here's an interesting combination. EK Civic in the Aeroflow lane, and judging by those number plates, it has a K24 in it. Which I'm all about as well. It's not just Euros and muscle that we like up here. And then we've got the War Pig in the Rocket lane. So let's see what each have got. War Pig gets away pretty cleanly at 174, 60 foot. And it sounds like the EK might have missed a shift and aborted the run.
He did have a couple of issues on his first pass that I saw. 11.80 with a 115 mile an hour for the HZ in the Rocket lane. Now, Pat, I've just been told by our meeting director that we will be closing drag racing at 12:45, so it's only a few minutes away.
Yep.
And then we're going to have half an hour break.
Yep.
And we'll be back at 1:15 with
drags.
roll drags. So
Let's do it.
that's what the break's for, to set up the timing system, etc. As you can see, the scoreboard down there around the 300-foot mark. So that's going to be used as a starting system for the roll drags. So yeah, in a few minutes' time, we'll close drag racing off. If our competitors choose to sit in the lanes, they can, or they can return back to the pits for around half an hour, and then we'll be back with a bit of roll drag action here at Sydney Dragway.
Sounds great. Round off that pass, we've got a 12.74 for the R34 in the Rocket lane, and a 13.93 at 109 for the Evo in the Aeroflow lane. Yeah, pretty keen to see a bit more roll drag action happening out here at the track, so certainly been working on that formula to make it all nice and safe and close for the competitors. So very interested to see what turns up for that portion of the racing this afternoon.
Yeah, it will be interesting. Of course, there is some very high horsepower late model stuff down in the pits. We've seen a McLaren and a really nice Porsche down there too, Pat, which haven't come out since you've been here. But yeah, you see those sorts of cars come alive with the roll racing arrangement. Here's our little 186 Holden in the Rocket lane doing battle with the utility. Check out the top end in the utility, 139 miles an hour. I'm going to give him with an 11.1 to a 12.58 with a 6 at 107 for the 186. So definitely the ET working well for the old Holden sedan there.
Absolutely. Another nice pair here. We've got S14 Sylvia in 200SX, depending on where you're from. In the Aeroflow lane, we've got, I'm going to say XR6 Turbo Ute, FG in the Rocket lane. Both with plenty of external gate happening, both with manual shifting. It looks like the S14 is going to get away a little cleaner with the lightweight. 12.36 at 111, but a 13.19 at 127 mile per hour for the Ute. So that's pretty par for the course for a big heavy Falcon with a manual gearbox. They certainly suffer on the ET side, but they'll bring home the mile per hour every day of the week.
On track now, this very nice Ford Capri. I noticed it as I walked through the staging lanes this morning. It's got the
orange stripe down the side? Or is it just a reflection?
I think that's a reflection.
Yeah, okay.
But it's definitely got a nice sort of Krager, like a Pro Star looking wheel on it. I like shiny things, Pat.
I like shiny fast things, and that's certainly one of them. 1060 with a 6 at 129 mile per hour for the Capri. 13.59 at 106 for the Holden Ute in the Rocket lane. That was a very tidy little package, that the Capri. Just said, all right, see you later.
Yep, catch me if you can.
No fuss.
Nope. It sounds like a V6 on board the VN down there in the Rocket lane.
Yep. Looks like a first timer as well. So welcome to Sydney Dragway if it is your first time. I think I can see an FT on the window. The Holden in the Aeroflow lane trying to lift the left wheel off the ground, streaking away. Certainly noticed the big N on the rear window there, so a bit of chemical supercharging happening. 11.56 at 124 mile per hour. Left a little early on the tree, but that's all right today. The VP in the Rocketlander, 1.8 60 foot, so it got out of the hole well. 12.84 at 102, which if that is a V6 powered, that's certainly probably got a bit of boost under it as well.
Because we all know that those Buick motors do tend to respond reasonably well to boost to a certain level.
That's right.
Like any engine, then we find that level where it says, I can't do it anymore, and they're not happy.
But yeah, for everyone that's sort of unfamiliar with turbocharging, I suppose those Buick engines, so the early V6s, 3.8s in a VNVP Commodore, came out of a Buick.
Yes.
And they were famously known for the Buick Grand National, which was a factory turbocharged 3.8 litre in the States.
Yep.
And still have a huge following today.
Yes.
And that's where a lot of the stroker kits that you'll hear about, guys with the Ecotechs and whatnot, 3.8, they're out to a 4.2 or 4.3.
Yeah,
those stroker kits came from the development with the Buick Grand Nationals. Guys in the States looking to get a little bit more, run bigger turbos, spool them up. So,
because being obviously a drag racing fan, there was a Buddy Ingersoll, I think was his name in the US, ran like sevens, like low sevens, I think, back in early 80s with a turbocharged version. He wanted to run Pro Stock, and then HRA said no.
Oh, why not? Why not? It's only a little V6.
Yeah, so I guess just sort of hinting at the potential performance capabilities of that little V6 back in the day. I dare say that Buddy's car probably didn't run that sort of number every time it left the start line. There was probably that was a one in a few runs, but certainly an indication of what was possible, which back then in the early days of turbo technology.
Well, that's right. It was there was very minimal. Sort of EFI understanding. There was a limit with fuel. Just have to pause action there. That Mustang, sorry, I was a bit distracted when you were just speaking as well, Bushy. That Mustang was a whole bunch of black smoke at the start and then a whole bunch of white smoke for the rest of the pass. So hopefully everything's all good with that car as it heads on down there. But yeah, you're in uncharted territory.
Yes.
At that point with turbocharged drag racing applications, because everyone sort of said, why would you bother? Let's just put a big block and a supercharger on it and go nuts. And that's what a lot of people still have the opinion of today, right? But certainly with the advances that we've got now in fuel availability, the aftermarket products, the ECUs that are out there.
And of course nowadays you can monitor everything.
Yep.
Where back in the day it was like, oh, I think it did this. Yeah. Your thought process was sometimes completely polar opposite to what actually happened.
Yeah, like if the car nosed over 3/4 track, you were hoping it wasn't a hole developing in the piston. It was just like maybe a hose sort of came off or something. Nice pass from the little Tirana there in the Aeroflow lane. A 142 60 foot went on through for a 945 at 141 mile per hour. So all business there for the LCLJ Tirana.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that concludes our drag racing portion of this afternoon's entertainment, where, as I said before, we'll set the timers up to go into some roll drag action. And Pat and I will be back with you in around about half an hour's time. So take the opportunity to have a wander through the pits. There is all the cars that we've just seen racing down the quarter mile and plenty more. Take the opportunity to grab yourself a drink and something to eat from one of our food vendors around. Take a bathroom break, whatever you've got to do. Pat and I will be back with you in around about half an hour's time for some roll drag action. Up until around about 3, and then I think after 3 we're getting into some burnouts.
Nice.
Yes, so a good mix of everything here at Sydney Dragway. Pat and I look forward to your company then. We'll be back with you very, very shortly.
All right, as you can see, we have our first pair of roll drag competitors heading down the strip there. So we're basically getting the cars to stage before the tunnel in the staging lanes there. And then we roll them on through. They come through the tunnel, make sure that they're up to an even speed, with the left lane being the pace setter. And we've got the traffic light, I guess you would say, the start-stop light, down around the 3:30 mark. So you'll see everyone's heading along. The green light goes, and then it's racing for the back 2/3 of the track. We're going to run on down through there, and you'll get the win light and speed of each lane. So certainly a little bit different to some other roll style events that are out there, but mostly the same. It's also about trying to get everyone doing the correct speed. I think most of the competitors are getting through there a little quick at the moment, but you know, we're not racing for sheep stations right now, so we are targeting 50 as the starting speed on this one. So both of the cars will roll through the left lane, the Aeroflow lane. Driver should set the speed at 50 kilometers an hour. Once that's confirmed, the green light will drop, and then the race will start. So certainly a little bit different to what we're used to seeing here at Sydney Dragway, but Roll Drags does have a certain element of excitement. It makes it a little bit easier on the cars sometimes as well, because you're not you're not trying to get the car out of the hole off a dead hook, so you don't have to worry so much about drive shafts and diffs and whatnot. So there you can see the Holden Ute in the left lane, keeping pace. Green light goes. And then it's hammered down all the way out to the 1,320 foot mark, the quarter mile. The black VY Ute there, having the mile per hour in the top end, look like 204 kilometres an hour. You'll have to apologise, we don't quite have the speeds here on our timing screen that we normally have for the drag racing. Bit of a mismatch now. The starters do have the discretion to not drop the green light. So you can see the driver in the 34 there has not really paid any attention to the light that's in the middle of the track. If the cars are too far apart, if they're not keeping pace, or say the left lane is going too fast and the cars aren't basically side by side, then the starter does have the discretion to not drop the green light, which is what you just saw happen then. So if you are a competitor in roll drags, if you're down there sitting in the car and you can hear me, just remember the left lane will be keeping pace. 50 kilometres an hour is what we're aiming to start with. And if you're in the right lane, you need to keep pace with the left lane. So stay by their door, because you don't want to give them any extra advantage. Let's have a look here. Looks like we will have two FG Falcons, a sedan and a ute. I think these guys are both similar power levels, judging by the mile per hour they ran earlier on. Green light has dropped, so they're off. The ute looks like it's got the jump. Clean pass down there to the ute over the silver FG sedan. I think the great thing about roll drags is it doesn't really matter what it is that you bring out. Anything can do it. If you've got plenty of horsepower, but maybe haven't focused on, suspension setup or putting a big fat radial or slick tire under the back of it, you've got the advantage of actually being moving now. So you're not going to hit all that torque and power in a static position. So it allows you to really use the power. And with modern engines, and a lot more proven combinations, it's so much easier to make so much horsepower now. Back in the day, 1,000 horsepower used to be a holy grail. But if you've got the budget and the right combination, it's not that hard to make that power now. So here we go, a bit of a combination here, VY or VZ Ute and the late model BMW 2 Series. Both gone down. It looks like it's going to be a tight race from here. The ute does get there first. Looks like 218 kilometres an hour to 207 for the BMW in the rocket lane. Okay, it looks like we've got our timing screen up, so we might have a bit of a better, rather than me squinting at the time boards at the end of the track there, Bushy, might actually be able to see it a bit closer.
If I squint, I still can't read them.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you look at a computer screen all day.
Yeah, that's all right. All right, so just making sure that everything's clear at the end of the track there before we send the next pairing down.
We got an Audi in the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, Braden's a regular competitor here at the Track Championships. He's RS3.
And is that the Lexus?
Yeah, it is. Yep. I think that's a Lexus ISF. From what I can see here. Yeah, ISF with the quad tailpipes on the back. So ISF has got out a little bit fast there, but they're still going to give it the green light. So let the two go ahead. It looks like the RS3 might get there. It does.
Yeah, 177 kilometres
Yeah.
now, yeah.
If that was 177 mile per hour, Braden's racing in the wrong category.
Yeah,
at the track championship.
I was nearly going to think, I'm sure Braden wishes that he could do that over the quarter from a standing start.
That's right. All right, so I'm not sure if some of the competitors haven't listened to the briefing that we did downstairs earlier, or they can't hear us over the PA. But just remember, guys, left lane setting the pace. So the left lane is setting the pace at 50 kilometres an hour. So as you roll through the burnout section, or you roll out of the tunnel, if you're in the left lane, the Aeroflow lane, you need to set the pace at 50 kilometres an hour. And then the person in the rocket lane, the right lane, needs to keep that up. So you can see Silver Commodore did the right thing, got it down to 50. The R33 wasn't sort of, maybe just was asleep at the tree.
Yes.
and was behind a little bit there.
But I guess in some ways there's also a little bit of a tactic to that. But I think, in fairness, you need to try and stay next to that car, not fall back and then wait for the person to touch the brakes like we just saw.
Yep.
They're going to lose all their momentum, and then meanwhile you're coming past right on the start line doing 100. That's not the spirit of what we're about.
Yeah, look, I mean, there's a bit of gaming here and there, and that's fine. But as far as if everyone wants to get clean passes and really see how they're competing with other other vehicles and see how they shape up, then it's in your best interest to basically follow those basic rules.
Yeah.
Because then you really know, okay, well, did I just catch that guy asleep and then I won by default, or is my car actually fast?
Yes.
So these two are pretty close together. That Black Sylvia I've seen out here plenty of times before. Just moving too fast.
Yeah, so the Subi went through, according to the signboard there, was nearly 90 k's an hour through there.
All right, so I can see a couple of cool cars that I haven't seen run down the quarter mile so far, lining up in the staging lanes for roll drags here at Sydney Dragway. It is Race for Real, brought to you by Aeroflow Performance, Sunday sessions, and then we're supported by Blacklist for the car show that we've got going on down there in the...
the Blackout.
Oh, excuse me.
That's okay.
Sorry, guys. Blackout. Providing the car show goodness down there in the pits today.
Yeah, but a fantastic atmosphere we've had. The last couple of the Sunday sessions have been supported by a car show, or the Holden very loose out of what would have been the water box.
Yeah,
lucky not to tank slap the wall.
Lucky not to tank slap the wall, especially considering that's not where the race starts.
Yes.
So we need to get a bit of a briefing back out to all those guys. I know people in the stands that can hear me on the PA, you're probably getting bored of me hearing this, but guys, competitors for roll drags down in the staging lanes, if you can hear, the starting speed is 50 kilometres an hour and you don't start racing until the green light drops at the 3:30 mark. Please pay attention to that. We don't want people getting out of, we don't want people getting out of the pocket, getting loose, and then, ending up in a wall or something before the race has even started, because you're going to look dumb, and also you won't get a race in.
No.
So let's see if we've got another pair coming through down here. I think we've got a hardtop Falcon with a Barra in it, and VSU. Bit traction limited for both of the cars down there by the looks of things.
Yeah, the utility, 216 kilometres an hour through the finish line.
Plenty of horsepower there.
The Falcon not too far behind at 199.
Right. Okay. The Evo action in the Aeroflow lane for some classic Aussie muscle. XWXY Falcon down there.
Pretty even across the start line there for both competitors. Pretty even down the racetrack as well. I think the Falcon just in front, Pat. But unfortunately, no time recorded in the rocket lane. 175 k's an hour for the Evo.
Certainly looked like the Falcon was ahead there, but that was a perfect example of how to start this roll drag event. Left lane keeping the pace. Right lane keeping up.
Oh, this will be interesting.
Yes, this will be. The Datson's pretty quick in the... I should say it's a Sylvia. It's not a Datsun.
I think that the Beamer... I was going to say the Beamer might struggle, but not by much. 214 kilometres an hour for the BMW to 227 for the Sylvia in the rocket lane there, Pat.
Certainly. I'm pretty sure that that Sylvia's run well into the 9s.
Yes. Well, the BMW was running 1030s this morning, so...
That's true, yeah.
It's certainly no slouch. Turbo action in the Commodore.
It'll be interesting to see the top end speed of that Commodore in the rocket lane, even though it's a bit ahead. 224. So again, there's a couple that are sort of getting into that 220 mark. I'm sure there's still a few cars that haven't run yet that are hiding a bit of horsepower. I think I saw a Mustang down in the pits that had 2 big turbos hiding behind the grille.
Ooh.
So I really want to see what happens there.
We didn't see that on the racetrack? You didn't?
I haven't seen it yet. No, it was a white Mustang, white late model Mustang.
There was one that did 2 runs earlier, but I can't recall what ETs it ran.
Pretty close as far as speed is concerned with this one. Yeah, 180, 180.
Yeah, wow.
The Commodore in the rocket lane got there first, of course, over the big Trackhawk, I think it was. Big Jeep. Okay, so it looks like we've got a Statesman, a long wheelbase VE, and VE Ute in the rocket lane. A close one at the line there. The Ute gets the win. 181 kilometres an hour to 178 for the Statesman, just at the big end. He picked
yes,
in.
Just only 3 kilometres an hour, the difference. Through the finish line.
All right, VE Commodore versus VP Commodore. Nice start. That VP is keeping the late model VE honest down there. He's not letting him get away with it. All right, so V does get the win, 179 kilometres an hour, 165 for the VP.
Yeah, so just pulling away at the finish line there.
Yeah, probably wasn't expecting that.
No.
Okay, yeah, we can see a bit more old school muscle. We've got, looks like an early Fairlane there.
Yep.
I want to say ZL. Probably going to get that wrong. Versus the Mercury Cougar. Nice clean start there.
Oh, a little bit of limiter action there just before the start line. Good side-by-side race there, Pat. The Cougar just in front. But
the Fairlane gathers it up.
Yeah, gathered him up. Went 179 through the finish line to 164 for the Cougar.
All right, so this is going to be an interesting race. We got a bit of horsepower in the Falcon, but I know that this Adventurer is hiding a bit of boost under it as well. All-wheel drive Commodore wagon, effectively.
Yeah, I know. I've seen the Adventurer across the road.
Yep.
But the Falcon in front at 1,000. and takes the win, 206 to 220.
220.
Out of the Adventure in the Aeroflow lane there.
Adventure was a hard charger towards the line, but yeah, Falcon just got the, I suppose it's that mid-range torque of the barra that really pushed it forward there. All right, here comes this white ute again. It is pretty quick, this thing. Just too much speed on board for the start, guys. Just bring your starting speed down a bit. 50 Ks is where we want to start.
It's a shame the cars aren't run by wire, because you could do some sort of signal to,
to
limit throttle.
Like when you have it on the dyno and you put the the brake on the dyno so you can have your foot flat to the floor. Some rolling anti-lag. Oh, big squirm from the VE ute there. There's a bit of turbo action happening.
Yeah, wow, straight round the Commodore in the Aeroflow lane.
207 kilometres an hour to 140. On that one, I got a feeling the white car might have buttoned off or had a bit of an issue. Oh. Okay, here's a bit of an interesting combination. We've got Focus ST or XR5 by the looks of things. Yeah, XR5 Focus and a VK Commodore in the Aeroflow lane. No missing that Kermit Green VK.
No.
Well, let's see if the Focus can stay with him.
Well, he's not giving it away. The VK's definitely won the race, but 167 kilometres an hour to 153, but the Focus held its own there.
I think there might have been a sigh of relief from the Commodore driver as he went across the line ahead there. He might not have heard the end of it if he got beaten by Focus. All right, so we've got a little Tiguan, VW Tiguan out there versus the Statesman. So often the Volkswagens are a bit of a sleeper because they have the same engine and gearbox combination as some of the other high-performance models. So interesting to see, but definitely looks like the Statesman's got the edge horsepower-wise there. Didn't see what the time was, unfortunately, or what the speed was.
You know, we've seen a couple of the those VW SUVs, the Tiguan's out here recently. Yep. That one today, and I think on Wednesday night there was a grey one running like 11.2s or something like that.
Pretty surprising for what looks like
not what I expected.
A grocery getter, right?
Not what I expected.
So yeah, they've got the 2-litre turbo 4-cylinder that's featured in Golf GTIs, Golf Rs, things like that.
Yes.
So plenty of tuning potential there.
Obviously, the beauty is that all of that stuff's all bolt on to it as well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the only variations really, I think, maybe a little bit of piping here and there. Dump pipe might be a bit different because, but not a lot. So all the software is pretty much the same. All right, so we've got the late model BMW. It's an M3 down there in the Rocket lane, and the V Commodore in the Aeroflow lane. Should be interesting. The VE's definitely got plenty of horsepower under its bonnet, but the M3 is not playing around. He was on the brakes early though, so maybe not giving away everything on that one. 207 kilometres an hour for the VE, 177 for the Beamer in the Rocket lane. All right, now something that you don't often see, roll drags of the 2-wheel variety. So ZX14 versus H2. H2 is going to set the pace. And picking the wheel up as he hits the throttle on the way down there. That's supercharged inline 4, ripping down the end there. 226 to 215 kilometres an hour for Greg Horadam in the Minions Racing ZX14. He's a common competitor here at Track Championships, so good to see him out trying something different. Right, next pass looks like another H2 and GSXR. H2 in the Aeroflow lane. Late on the start there, but H2 is still going to get on down. The torque that supercharged motor is producing is just really throwing those bikes towards the finish line at warp speed. And I can guarantee you it's not really easy to run roll racing on these bigger horsepower bikes as well. It looks like a old versus new Hayabusa down there. These things are 1.3, 1.4 litre engines, which doesn't sound like much, but they're making about 200, anywhere from 200 to 220 horsepower in a package that weighs about 250 kilos to 300 kilos. So power to weight is insane. And when you crack the throttle in, probably first gear, I would say most of these guys are still in first gear. The front wheel definitely wants to go towards the sky.
Well, I know Angela that's driving that Statesman. She's also got the Hayabusa, and she said that the Hayabusa is a much easier bike to ride than the GSXR 1000. But
longer wheelbase.
Yes, it's like a limo, effectively, what she calls it in comparison. But certainly, the.
All right, so a bit of maybe traction or clutch slip or something for the Aeroflow lane there. 231 kilometres per hour for the bike in the Rocket lane to 161 in the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, so a fair difference there, but we know that Michael's GSXR 1000 runs 920s there, so it's not a slow bike.
Yeah. All right, looks like ZH2, so the naked version of the supercharged Kawasaki option in the Aeroflow lane.
Well, sounded like someone hit the limiter there.
Yeah.
I don't know if it wanted to shift gear.
Looks like at 230 kph for that naked bike. That's a lot of headwind to push against when you've got no screen in front of you on that one.
Oh, just make sure you hang on tight.
Yeah, that's right. You can tuck, but there's nothing to tuck behind. So. Yeah. You can hear that supercharger chirping away down the H2. A couple of revs for the fans down there on the return road. All right, next pair of bikes down for roll drags. And it looks like the last pair of bikes through by the looks of it. Front wheel looking to lift its head up to the sky in the Aeroflow lane. It'll run through for 222 kilometres an hour to 188 for the Rocket lane.
Yeah, so a lot of our bikes pushing that 220, 230 mark there.
Yep. Yeah, we need some four-wheel guys to regain the speed. I think the bikes have just got it. I think I saw 231. One of those bikes. We've got BMW versus Mercedes here, so battle of the Euros.
Yeah, I think the Beamer's got this one, Pat.
Yep, he's out.
189 kilometres an hour through the finish line to 176. The Mercedes definitely holding its own.
Yeah, still not bad for a couple of sort of SUVs, really, is it? Okay, Peugeot versus Pulsar. This will be interesting. Nice little triple S.
Oh, didn't see either of these cars
No.
racing the drag racing section.
And you know what? They obviously don't have 1,000 horsepower each, but this is one of the closest races we've seen in roll racing. Pulsar takes the win, 140 kph versus 135 to the little Peugeot. But again, it just goes to show, it doesn't matter what it is that you've got. You come down here, you probably find something that's comparable,
Yeah, or at least in the ballpark.
Yeah. All right.
Well, here's your BMW, Pat, from earlier. Yep.
Yep. Let's see. That Commodore's got plenty of horsepower, snaking its way under acceleration there. I think it's definitely proven a point against the BMW. 229.88 to 194. Still a very respectable speed from the little E30, but that Commodore is going to be at the pointy end of what we've seen so far. Next up, we've got a BMW 2 Series. I think it's a 235i versus the Toyota 86.
Yeah, I'd like to think that the BMW is going to take this out.
Pretty safe to say on that one. Could certainly hear the 86 on the track mic though. It's got a couple of mods going on.
Good little growl through the exhaust.
Yeah, 199 kilometres an hour for the BMW to 168, I think it was, for the 86. All right, here's another 86 coming through, this time up against the Focus ST in the Aeroflow lane. ST's gotten on the gas bit before the green there, but we'll let him go. 185 kilometres per hour for the Focus, 146 for the 86. And just a reminder for the competitors or anyone that's thinking about giving roll drags or even regular drag racing a go, when you're making a pass down the strip, you want to make sure that you're still into the gas until you've passed the signboards. The timing boards down the end there, I've been noticing a few people, and I don't think they're just sandbagging. I've noticed a few people that seem to be on the brakes right around the boards, because when you're in the car and you're looking up at the board, you think that you're past it, but you're not. So you want to make sure that you're still on the gas until you definitely know that you're past the board. You've got plenty of room to slow down. There's heaps of braking there. It actually goes uphill a little bit, so it will slow you down faster than you think. There's also black and yellow stripes on the wall as you go through there as well. So if you keep your foot buried, once you go through those black and yellow stripes, that's when you can back off. Because if you do it earlier and it's before the line, you'd be surprised at how fast the speed comes off the car. And then you're going to, obviously, your score is going to be lower, right? Right? You're not going to get your high score.
You're not going to get the true representation of where you're at. You know, you might have won a race, but you've given away because you got off it too early.
Yep. All right, we've got the Lexus ISF and a beautiful Chevelle down there, SS. This should be an interesting race.
Sounds very nice from the Chevelle. A little bit of a wiggle on the hit.
It's got plenty of horsepower to throw at the track down there.
Certainly does, Pat. 206. That's punching a pretty big hole in the air too, and 164.6 for the BMW that was in the Aeroflow lane there.
Certainly, as you said, Bushy. The front end of those Chevelles is not exactly the slickest thing in the world, so it looks amazing, looks great, but aerodynamics was a distant second to.
No, that was back in the day. Just put a big block in it.
Exactly. Yeah, that's right. Aerodynamics, more horsepower. All right, we've got the VK versus the Tirana down there. The VK has led the way, 196 to 198 for the Tirana, but the VK got there first. Okay, we've got Euro versus Aussie Muscle on this one. We've got the Turbo VZ Ute versus the Golf R. Plenty of boost on board that LS powered Ute down there. It looks like he's going to streak away.
I guess the key with this, as you touched on, is having the gear in the right gear so that you've still got acceleration left from that 50 km/h starting speed up to wherever your shift point is.
Yeah, that's right. I think it's probably caught a few people out that haven't done it before. You know, you might leave it in first and all of a sudden you're at, 500 RPM off the rev limiter and then you've got to change gears straight away, which is going to slow you down because you've got to stop to change gears. Obviously less of an issue in an auto or a DSG sort of late model thing, but on a manual, certainly you want to do a couple of passes, just figure out what's going on. That R33 just ran 231 kilometers an hour, by the way, so that's right up there with what we've seen so far. But yeah, certainly I think it'll take a few passes for people just to figure out what gear they need to be in, where the engine's going to perform the best, and get the legs out of that gear as they're moving on. So Braden definitely got a much better run on that one in the RS3, 177, basically the same kph as the last pass, but a lot cleaner, and I think he's figured out what gear he needs to be in. Because I've got a feeling the first pass he tagged the limiter a bit there.
I guess with the manual, would you get to your 50Ks and like double clutch it sort of thing? Well, I'm wondering whether that would help you get into the power band, especially if you had turbos on board.
Well, yeah, I guess, but then you've got to figure out whether or not you're going to lose traction by dumping the clutch like that, right? So it's a bit of a balance. Late model ECUs, you're going to have a rolling anti-lag button so you can build the, cut the timing and build the boost while it's in gear, or maybe you're doing a bit of brake boosting, left foot on the brake pedal and build a bit of load against that. There's a few different techniques that you have to figure out to be successful.
So much going on, all in, and it seems like, in the car to drive from where they're starting through the tunnel to the start line, you'd be there in. That would go
it doesn't take
very quickly in the car. It's different for us sitting up here watching. But, obviously when you're in the car, whether you're drag racing, whether you're roll racing, whatever it is, that the run feels like it's half the time that it actually takes.
Yeah, certainly. Here's a bit of a contrast, the old Fairlane versus the 86.
Well, the 86 keeping him honest, but the
Yeah.
Fairlane pulling away at the top end. And 173 kilometres an hour for the Fairlane to 163. So a good 10 k's an hour difference there, which is not that bad.
Not bad at all. Okay, what do we got? Looks like the little Volkswagen Polo versus the M3. I think it is down there. M3 certainly figured out its gearing on that one. It's going to make a nice pass. 211 kph in the rocket lane to 138.
Well, how many gears has the M3 got to pick from?
It's an 8-speed.
Yeah.
In those. Yeah, ZF 8-speed. Unreal gearbox. So good, the price of them has actually gone through the roof because everyone's starting to swap them into other cars.
Oh, right.
So 8 HP swaps are a thing now. They're
as if they weren't expensive enough.
Yeah. Well, funnily enough, because no one knew what they were, and you can get them out of a whole bunch of different cars, they were pretty cheap. But then all of a sudden, these guys come out with a standalone ECU for the transmission.
That was my next question.
Yep. So then you can get a turbo Lamech, and there's a couple of other people out there that are producing them now. So you're seeing them behind rotaries, you're seeing them behind LS cars, you're seeing them behind all sorts of things.
Where before that you would have to stick to the manufacturer of the engine.
The manufacturer of the engine, or go back to Turbo 400 or something.
Which doesn't have a brain. It
doesn't have a brain, that's right. But you're talking 60s technology versus 2020s technology.
Yes.
And believe it or not, 2020 stuff actually working really well.
Yeah. In some applications.
Yeah. But they're so strong. You've got all the extra ratios. You can set them up so that you can have like a clutch because it can completely disengage the converter.
Yes.
In the box.
Yeah,
so
wow.
you can actually put a clutch pedal in with a micro switch on it. You can dip the clutch and it'll disengage just like a manual and then re-engage it.
How
so
good's that?
You can have a fully automatic drift car if you wanted to.
I know there were some people back in ye old time that had a clutched automatic, but I'm guessing it wasn't quite so technical to what we have today, where other things are controlled by the computers. But
there's been a few iterations, and they've sort of been, to your point of being a clutched automatic, they've really been a manual transmission with a robot actuating the clutch.
Yes.
So it's just got an actuator in front of a dual mass flywheel and a regular old clutch, and they were genuinely horrible.
Yes.
We had a beautiful car in the workshop this week. It was an E46 M3, 2006. It had SMG2, which is that manual with an automatic actuation for the clutch.
Yes.
Amazing car. The gearbox works great between 5,000 RPM and 8,500 RPM.
Yeah, where you drive all the time.
Oh, yeah, all the time. But if you're going down the shops for some milk and bread, it's the most disjointed feeling, like you accelerate and then all of a sudden the power just stops and it waits. You can count to like 3 and then it gets the next gear and then you're off again. It's basically, you're right, Benny, you shift it like a sequential. So you pull back for each gear. There is an auto mode as well, but it's not the cleverest thing in the world. There's been a few variations over time, but this 8 HP thing is definitely the pinnacle at the moment. And a factory 8 HP from, say, a high torque BMW diesel or something like that, in a lightweight car, say with a 2J behind it, will handle 900 horsepower.
Yeah. So more than enough for the inverted commas common street car.
Yeah,
900 is enough.
Yeah. Well, you got to think that the box has been developed to be in a car that weighs 2 tons and makes, say, 500 horsepower or like 500 plus newton meters of torque, depending on what model you're getting it out of. So when you pull 600, 700, 800 kilos out of that car, all of a sudden the torque holding capability is so much higher.
Yes.
And 8 speeds, so you can just click through a ratio. You've got all this acceleration. So no wonder it's quite popular. Yeah, that's right. Like the Fast and Furious.
And if you want, your 15 speeds, put a splitter on the diff.
Yeah, a Road Ranger gearbox, maybe, you reckon? Yeah, plenty of different options out there, but that's what makes it interesting. You can have something like that late model thing that's got a million gears behind it, and then you'll have what we've got coming out next. These classic Falcons that
Traditional 4-speed.
Yeah, traditional 4-speed, or a 3-speed box, like might have a C6 Ford Auto, or a Turbo 400 swap or something like that.
Just going back to the BMW box you're talking about, is it a physically big gearbox, being 8-speed, or in comparison?
They're not small, but they're not that much bigger than, say, a Turbo 400.
Yeah,
and they're probably slightly smaller bell housing diameter, because they're mostly behind 6 cylinders or 4 cylinders.
Yeah. Because typically a more slender engine than obviously a V8.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. And then when they're behind a V8, the V8 in that car is massive.
That's right.
It's got the flat V.
Exactly. All right, so we've got the XCV Falcon down there versus the XY XW.
This is a pretty good race. A Barrow 6 Turbo in the Aeroflow lane. Just gets there, 199 to 179. That looked very, very close across the finish line, Pat. Only about 0.3 of a second.
Absolutely. Just that turbo power driving the hardtop all the way to the line.
Lancer out in front.
But missed the start there. I was just about to say that could be a really interesting race, that little Audi S3, I think it is, versus an Evo. 189 kph for the Audi, 151, but a bit of an aborted run for the Evo on that one.
Yeah, I think the Evo was smashing the limiter pretty hard there.
Okay, so we've got the little 1 Series of 140 down here versus the Turbo LS VY Commodore.
It should be a pretty good race looking at their previous times.
Bit of limiter action by one of the competitors down there. I think it might have been the Commodore.
Yeah, I think so too. Beamer takes it, Pat. Goes 212 kilometres an hour to 224. Both cars nearly identical to their previous run.
Yep. Okay. Is that Brian Addising down there?
Yes.
In the
yes. Yep.
So another common competitor here at the Track Champs at Sydney Dragway. Trying a slightly different discipline this time. Brian's normally Johnny on the spot with reaction time, so see if that translates into roll racing.
Yeah, well, I guess the intensity would be on the flick of the red light to green.
Yeah.
Trying to keep one eye on the speedo and one eye on the green. I'm buggered because I only look out at one eye at a time, right? So I have to drive by feel.
All right, so a bit of Holden action down here. We've got the Statesman versus the SS. The SS gets it 181.9 to 179.3. Okay, we can see the VP and the Adventurer rolling through the tunnel right now. Let's see, Adventurer just feeling its way out the last couple of passes. The VP's a bit of a surprise package, that's for sure. I think the Adventurer is certainly going to put a stamp on this pass. He's out there with quite a few lengths. .220. So all right, back into the bikes here with roll drags. We've got latest model Hayabusa versus the Kawasaki Z. Ooh, was that the ZH2? Well, the H2, I didn't see if it was a naked bike or not, but 253 kilometres an hour tells me that it was certainly one of the supercharged offerings from Kawasaki.
Well, that's just improved the quickest speed by about 20 k's an hour.
Absolutely, yeah. Who's got a turbo and can turn the boost up down there, guys? All right, so another Kawasaki H2 in the Aeroflow lane versus the previous gen Hayabusa. Definitely a close run, but the H2 is going to lead its way down there. 161, I don't think that's quite right, versus 230. Bit of a glitch on the timing screen, I would say there. Good. bikes pairing out. Okay, so the first one would have been the regular H2. A lot of tuck for the rider in the Aeroflow lane, but the ZH2 ain't care. It's going to head on past 233 kilometres per hour for the naked H2, 155 for the Aeroflow lane. Okay, we've got a couple more bikes to make some passes. Yeah, Benny, why didn't you enter your bike, mate? Right. So we've got a couple of leader bikes down there. Whoa, big wheel stand from the Aeroflow lane. That's a lot to hold on to. 232, but still with, I think, 3 bites at the cherry in the Aeroflow lane, still crosses at 220 kilometers per hour. Oh, yeah.
Needs one of those, what do you call it, the actuometer thing that gives you the rev limiter when you're doing the wheel
potential,
stand?
yeah.
Potential, sorry, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got this fool.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, depending on, I mean, that's why you're seeing the H2s not lifting the wheel as well. So they've got heaps of torque, but they've got the Bosch IMU, so they've wheelie control. Whoa, big step sideways for the VL Commodore down there in the Aeroflow lane.
Actually, you can see in the Aeroflow lane and also in the Rocket lane from up here, there's actually a fairly prominent set of marks from just before the green light to well past half track.
Yes.
The black marks obviously from the cars that are the braking traction from 50 k's plus.
Absolutely.
Little Beamer, unfortunately not getting a time recorded, but look to have definitely kept that Commodore on us through the finish line.
There's certainly a bit of extra pep in its step on the E30 there. I'm not sure if it was a 318 IS or 325 or whatever, but if it was a little 318 with a single cam, single cam 1800 in it, they definitely don't go that well.
No.
A lot of fun, but yeah, not that fast. All right, so we've got, I think it's the Focus versus the VE Ute or VF Ute. Down there in this one, the Ute will go through for the win, 194 to 181. Rocket lane. Great to see plenty of competitors rolling through for the Sunday sessions, supported by Aeroflow Performance and, of course, Blackout organising our car show today, getting a whole bunch of extra people down here to Sydney Dragway, which is what we want. New faces to give it a go, try our discipline. It's really not a bad way to spend a Sunday afternoon, is it?
Oh, definitely. Looking out the window, there is not a cloud in the sky, Pat. Looks like an absolutely glorious spring day here at Sydney Dragway. A little bit of a breeze blowing, but
I think the only thing that can ruin it is it's Monday tomorrow.
Yes.
All right, so we've got the Mercedes. I think I'm going to say it's a C32. Might be a C55. Depending on, but that Subi has definitely shown him the way home. 180 versus 160 kilometers per hour.
Yeah, wow.
So Subaru definitely finding some boost down there. I'm curious to see. I didn't see this VX Bellina run last time, but it's got a big CV performance sticker on the front windscreen and the back windscreen with a big nitrous N2O written on the rear windscreen. So it's usually pretty spicy when you combine those things. It's definitely worked out all right for the driver on this pass. 188 kilometres an hour to 162 for the Lexus.
Yeah, so both races going a little bit quicker there than their previous pass.
Okay, next up we've got the Black 86 versus the Turbo VZ Ute. 86 holding pace. Ute really putting it down after the green light has dropped. 30 kilometres an hour difference at half track, which is just after the start. 219 kilometres per hour to 168. Okay, let's see if the R33 that's about to roll through can't improve. I think it was. I think it might have been the first into the 230s of the cars.
Yeah, he was certainly one of the pioneers into that speed bracket. Golf out in front at the moment, but I think the Skyline has gobbled him up by 1,000 and runs on through 235. So big step up in performance for the Skyline.
Certainly, just one more PSI. Just put one more PSI in. It's fine.
Yeah, we've all seen that video.
All right, RS3 versus I think another 235. Looks like the 235 might have the horsepower this time over Braden in the RS3. Certainly does. 204 kilometres per hour versus 176.
Yeah, but throw a corner in the mix and that'll change.
Yeah. Well, you know what? The Beamers aren't a slouch around the corners,
No, but I think that the Audi with all-wheel drive there you'd like to think would definitely be a...
Potentially.
No? You're not sold on the idea?
Yeah, I'm not sold on it. I'd like to go across the road and find out. All right, 86 versus 86 crime happening down here on the track at the moment.
It's something we should do.
Yeah.
No?
Oh, just you mean swap lanes halfway down?
Yeah.
Or maybe continue the racing through the return road. So they have to take that corner at the end there and then come back?
Yeah, we could do that. We could do anything.
I don't know if IHRA or...
yeah, getting a sanctioning might be a different story.
It's a tricky one. Just bring them back on the rally sprints night when they race down and back up again. It's all good.
I still reckon the four-wheel drive nights or diesel nights we should build a mound across the...
like a stadium truck jump across. All right, Polo GTI versus Mustang down there. Looks like the Mustang will have the legs on the little Polo, but you know what? For a 1.4 litre little car, that's a fun little street car.
Not too shabby. Yeah, the jump will sort out all the tradies that left all their tools in.
That's right. See who just used extended shackles versus a proper lift kit as well. You know?
You get a nail gun. You get
you get a level. That's great. All right, here comes the blue BF from Canberra. He's definitely going to lead the way home in front of that Statesman down there. See if he can't improve on the last time. Doesn't improve on the last run for the Falcon, but still definitely takes the win. Right, I don't think I've seen this. Is that an R33? Yeah. Coming through blue R33.
I really like this blue.
I haven't seen this run so far. We've got a pretty rare Hyundai Tiburon down there in the Rocket Lane.
They were the V6 ones, weren't
they?
Yes.
Yeah. Haven't seen them very often.
I remember thinking they were quite an expensive car when they came out for what they were.
Yes.
That's probably why they're somewhat rare.
There's not that many of them out there.
No.
But it's got the win, 140 kilometres an hour to 135 for the Skyline there. I'm guessing a fairly stock RB25 maybe, or something along those lines in that Skyline. Okay, we've got the 140 versus M3. So Bavarian brothers. They couldn't get the start matched up properly, so we won't get a time on that one, I don't think, will we?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, 207, 209.
Very close on that race. I thought looking at their previous, there's going to be a fair gap between. But
well, I like it. Okay. S14 versus R34. SR20 versus RB. This is looking like a pretty good race.
Yeah, it looks like the Skyline just down in front at the moment.
Oh, S14 gets it in the big end. 216 kVH versus 196.
Yeah, 100th of a second. That's why I got it wrong.
I'll forgive you for this.
Side by side across the finish line.
Absolutely. When you can't sort of hear the difference in the gear changes, that's when you know it's going to be a close one. So Focus ST versus the LRS Racing Utes in the Rocket Lane. I think we all sort of know what's going to happen here, but that Focus is definitely not giving up without a fight. 212 to 183 on that pass. Okay, I can see we've got another M3 by the looks of things lining up there, G80 M3, and then a VF Commodore Ute. Looks like it's got a bit of a radial tyre on the back, so probably some turbo or supercharged influence on that one.
Sounds it.
Yep. I like the number plate on the M3. Let's see if he can live up to it. Might be eating a bit of humble pie there. The number plate's gapped. I think he's just been gapped by Commodore, so that was close though.
Yes.
KPH, 193 versus 194. It's just the Ute got there first.
Ute barely even sounded like it was running up through the RPM. It was just a lazy sort of...
Just cruising on down there.
Yeah.
All right, with old school Holden action, 6-cylinder versus V8 here. With the nitrous assisted Holden 6 versus what I can only assume is a Holden 5-litre in the Ute.
The sedan's going to take it 177 kilometres an hour to 169, so not too much in it.
Nice. All of the giggle gas on that one. Okay, I think we got the Subaru versus the K Series EK. Let's see how they fare on this pass. That Subaru's definitely got a bit of performance in the mid-range. EK definitely just not. I was really excited to see that K Series Civic go.
Would it be turbo though, Pat? Do you reckon?
Well, I don't know if it's turbo, but still, you know, the power that those things put out, like power to weight ratio, and then with the right 6-speed box, the gear ratios are also always really really spicy. So even NA, even a stock block K24 you just ripped out of a CRV or your grandma's Honda Euro, is still going to get that thing moving along all right. But yeah, maybe it's just not too happy today.
Maybe he's only happy to go to like 12,000 RPM instead of 45.
All right, S13 wide body back out here with the barrel-powered Falcon. Bit of a miss on the start there for the Silvia by the looks of things. It's going to mean the Falcon's crossing first at 197. It's 154 for the Silvia.
Yeah, I think that Falcon's really loving the rolling start here. It does seem to, without being rude, seem to struggle a little bit getting boost on a traditional Christmas tree type start, standing start.
Yep, we have seen that car a few times here at Race
yeah.
for Real as well, haven't we? So. All right, VE versus Evo. Looks like the Commodore's going to get there first. 172 versus 172, so very close on KPH, nice. But VE just got the whole shot.
Only half a kilometre an hour between.
Okay, got the 86 in the left lane. Right, noticing the VI Commodore in the right lane. Okay, Commodore in the rocket lane, across at 176 to the 86 in the Aeroflow lane, 150 kph. The classic Ford versus Holden coming up in the next pairing. BA versus VE. Pretty sure this is XR6 Turbo, even though it's got the XR8 bonnet on it. This is that's Sammy Joe Johnson, I think, isn't it?
Yes.
Down in the
sure
the
is.
Yep. Another regular competitor, so great to see them out here. fueling the passion.
Sammy says, catch me if you can. And the
XR6
Falcon
obliges.
says, I can.
Yeah.
211 kilometres an hour. Sammy was in front at 1,000, I'm pretty sure.
Yep. It's pretty hard to argue against turbo when it comes to roll racing, that's for sure. The way it just maintains the power delivery right the way out the back door. All right, so we've got this earlier AMG C-Class versus the 86. I think the 86 was on the brakes early, but I think it got there first. Okay. All right. Commodore on Commodore. Nitrous versus Turbo. Let's see who wins. Nitrous car gets out of the hole quicker, but that Turbo LS power is just going to drive the ute on through to the win. Didn't get the speed on that one, so... Certainly got to remember, guys, 50 kph is what we're looking for, is what the starter's looking for. Cars basically side by side and doing 50 kilometres per hour, and then you'll get the green light. Big wheel spin and limiter bash for the R33. Another tag of the limiter as he's on down the road. He's going to cross the line at 224 kilometres per hour. Subaru 154. So certainly a bit of wheel spin, and maybe he did add that extra 1 PSI after the last pass. breaking traction a little bit there.
Well, I guess that the advantage of the wheel spin is you do get up in the power band of the engine a little bit quicker if the gear ratio is not quite there.
Yeah, I mean, well, you get there, but you're not getting the drive, right? So you lose the load on a turbo, which is makes it tricky. All right, Mustang versus BMW on this one. I can certainly hear some turbo noises from that BMW, so that explains why it is a bit quicker than a traditional M40 or an M42 engine. 198 kilometres per hour versus 154 for the Mustang in the Aeroflow lane. Okay. And if you've ever been out to, say, race for real, for traditional drag racing style events, and sometimes when there's a lot of competitors or some unfortunate sort of oil downs or something like that, you might not get as many runs as you're hoping. That's definitely not the problem with roll drags here at Sydney Dragway. The amount of passes that these cars have got on them, I think there's a few cars that are actually down in the pits cooling down because they've done so many back-to-back runs this afternoon in such a short amount of time as well. So it's definitely great bang for buck on this one. I think a bit of an aborted run there from the S14. That's certainly run a lot faster than 131 kilometres per hour. Previous best 214. So
maybe just doing what they had to take the win there, perhaps.
Pace the Polo on that one, maybe. Right, so I think we're back around to bikes. So you can see Greg Horadam on the yellow and blue Minions Racing ZX14. Here we go, rolling through the Aeroflow lane. I think that's Riches there on Michael Riches on the G6R.
Two very different riding positions. Michael already hugging that fuel tank as best he can.
Yep.
230 kilometres an hour for the Rocket Lane to 217.
Geez, Greg's just got to tuck down a little bit. That 14 should be able to really stretch its legs towards the back end of this track. So off we go with our next pass. You can certainly hear the 1,000. 220 kph versus 162 in the Aeroflow lane. Okay, next pair of bikes through. GSXR 1000. I think is that Angie?
No.
No. And the ZH2 should be a good one. 230 to 230. 0.05 of a kilometre per hour difference between those two bikes across the line there.
Well, at least they're parity out of the out of the workshop.
All right, so back into the four-wheel competitors here. We've got the Golf R versus the Nitrous Holden 6. Bit of a mismatch on the pacing there for the start, but nonetheless, they'll get down and make a pass. 185 to 190 for the Holden 6. Spraying the house down the whole way down the track. Right, so another Euro pairing here. We've got M3 versus RS3. Like an M3 competition, so very nice street car for sure. And a lot of potential with the engine as well. Similar engine as I was talking about before, the B58 that comes in the Supra.
Yes.
In an M car in the latest generation, they're known as an S58. So essentially the same architecture, but the S is a few little changes being an M car, so a little bit more horsepower. But basically 500 plus horsepower out of the factory, 600 with a tune, 700 with a couple of mods. Just an incredible amount of potential in those things.
Just stack it on and then
Well, it's all about the engine technology, right? You know, I mentioned earlier about the efficiency and fuel economy and emissions and all that sort of stuff. But what that makes manufacturers do is they develop better engines.
Yes.
So the cylinder heads flow a ridiculous amount. The cam profiles are insane, but they've got fully variable timing on it, so they can wind it all the way back and then they can advance it all the way forward. So once you get rid of all the electronic nannies and the, you know, if you're looking at competition here and making horsepower, you get rid of the emissions devices and all that sort of stuff, which is definitely not recommended for a street car. You'd never do that, Bushy. But once you get rid of it, it unlocks so much potential out of these engines.
That's the secret knock, isn't it? You've got to do the secret knock to get that.
But, you know, you change certain parts and there's so much potential because they've still got to make competitive horsepower for the marketplace while being restricted by these, you know, massive cats or multiple cats in the exhaust system.
Yeah, because, I mean, let's face it, the people that are wanting to buy a car like that are not buying it just to drive the kids to school. That, you know,
some people do, but
but most people are wanting, you know, the option to, you know, do a little bit of track work with it, whether it's circuit, whether it's drag racing, whether it's roll tracks, whatever it might be. But you know, some people are, they're wanting that extra level of performance for a reason.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So we all know that everyone's going to tune these things. Yeah, but the efficiency of the motor means that it does make horsepower really easily.
Yes.
So there's so much potential. There's unopened S58s with big single turbos on them making 900 horsepower, and you just go, what? Obviously they're a direct injection engine, so you've got to add port injection and all that sort of thing to support the fuel flow.
Yes.
At that level, but they're water to air intercooled from the factory. There's upgrades available there. Really impressive what's capable of that platform in the latest generation BMW. Once you figure out and you conquer your fear, once you open the bonnet and you look at what's in there, and you go, "Why? I don't even know where to start." Once you figure that out, it's a very impressive package.
Yeah, I know you talk about it. It's like just rolls off your tongue. Obviously, with the work placement and that sort of thing, and general interest in that style of car, obviously, that you have been able to develop a pretty in-depth knowledge of what works with what and what doesn't, and
you start to sort of get along. And look, because there's so much potential in those things, a lot of the time you don't even have to open the bonnet.
Yeah,
you're talking a flash away from scaring the pants off you.
Yes,
compared to factory, right? So it's as much as we talk about big horsepower and all that sort of thing, realistically, an all-wheel drive car with an 8-speed gearbox and 600 horsepower
Yeah.
That's an animal on the street.
Yeah, like how much do you want?
You know, like that's a fast street car. So, yeah. But Euros have always been a little bit more complicated, you know, well, since the 90s, you know. We had it was actually, to that point, we had a 1990 Mercedes 190E in the shop the other day, right? So this is a 34-year-old car.
Yeah.
1990. We opened the bonnet because we had a few repairs to do, as you would appreciate, with 360,000 kilometres on it. And I looked at it and I said to the guys, I said, can you imagine seeing one of these in 1990 when you were used to working on XF Falcons and VN Commodores?
Yeah,
like you just push your toolbox out the front and just go, I'm going home. There's so much going on in that engine bay for 1990. It was wild. All right, so back to the racing. We've got Sammy Joe Johnson back down there in the VE.
And Angela Phipps Hunt in the rocket lane. Two good friends doing battle. I think Sammy Joe's going to take the win here, though, and some bragging rights. 180 Ks now to Sammy to 164, I think it was, for Angela there.
All right, this should be an interesting race. We've got the Turbo VZ Ute versus R33. Let's see how the traction goes for R33 on this one. It's definitely got it hooked up this time. And
the Ute's not catching him.
Heading right towards the centre line there. 233 for the R33 to 221 for the Ute. So it's getting a little skinny on that timing cone down the strip there. So nicely missed. Okay, so Turbo VY sedan in the Aeroflow lane. XR6 Turbo Ute in the rocket lane. Too much of a mismatch on the launch. We will still get some times though.
How tough does that Commodore sound as it rumbles underneath?
Very nice for a turbo car. 224 kilometres an hour in the Aeroflow lane there.
I'm starting to change my thought process with my project, Patrick. I just don't know where I'm going to put them.
Them. I like the idea of that. Not Uno Turbo, Dos Turbo.
Yeah. I'll find a spot.
Yeah, more's always better.
Apparently.
Yeah.
We are talking a 92-inch wheelbase car either.
Don't worry about that. Just means you've got to be on your game, mate. Stay in front of the car, not behind it.
That's what I'm worried about.
Just put bigger tyres. Fix it.
Yeah, bigger something else too. Which
bigger other round things. All right. Wide body E30 turbo BMW down here versus the S550 Mustang. Just need the wastegate crack on the E30 and it looks like it's going to lead the way home for the Mustang down there. 198 last time, 197 this time.
Consistent.
163 for the Mustang. Yeah, certainly consistent for that little Beamer. Actually had a bit of a drama, I think, the first time it wanted to come out, but went back to the pits.
I don't think it actually did a run in.
No,
in
it was sort of
drag
lined
racing.
up and then they sent him back. So, I don't know, maybe it just had a bit of a weep or some water or something somewhere. Okay, Golf R versus Polo GTI. This Golf R has been pretty consistent today. It's made plenty of passes out here and it's certainly got a bit of power on board. Got 184 kph for the Golf, 133 to the Polo. All right. Next pass will be some late model versus early model. We've got the RS3 versus the blue Holden Ute. So we've got the green light. Didn't get the timing on that one, but it looks like the RS3 will get there first. Okay, I think next pair is going to be M3 versus M3. Hard to tell these two apart, actually. They've both got the yellow DRLs modified on the headlights there. Both, from my vantage point anyway, guys, if I'm mistaken, they both look like they're matte black wrapped or frozen paint job from BMW, if there's any BMW people out there. Right, here we go. Let's see. Got the green light. Let's see which M3 is the king. Looks like the Rocket Lane's going to get out first. It's going to hold that gap the whole way through. 208 versus 192 in the Aeroflow lane. It's a nice battle. It looks like the M3 in the Aeroflow lane is going to go back and find some more mods, I reckon, this week. That's what I'd be doing if it was me, anyway.
Should go give him your card, Pat.
Yeah. All right, little 140i back out here up against the Subaru. Both packing more than a punch than I think a lot of people will give them credit for. So that 140i is just rowing through the gears down there. 207 kph. I think the WRX had a bit of a misshift or a bit of a drama there because certainly it's run a bit faster today.
Yeah, I think getting into the afternoon, the driver might be getting a little bit tired. He's been running on adrenaline all day.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Not to mention the heat soak that both man and machine will get being out there all day. So the VX Commodore in the Aeroflow lane versus the S13. Ooh, looks like the S13's a bit of an issue there, a bit of a wobble. And
yeah, certainly not accelerating to the full potential.
No.
178 k's an hour for the VT. Just a very quick shout out to Shantae and Jimmy. Their first event here at Sydney Dragway. I hope you're having a fantastic time. It was Shantae's birthday yesterday.
Wow.
So,
happy birthday.
Was asked by Kelly to give a big shout out there. Yeah,
what a way to celebrate.
Yeah, nice. So welcome aboard to Sydney Dragway. I hope you're enjoying your afternoon here and sitting in the sun and soaking up some vitamin D.
I think I'm going to be working here on my birthday this year, potentially.
Oh well,
same, right?
Yeah,
Happy birthday! Come to the drag strip. Why not? But good to see Shantae enjoying themselves here on a Sunday. The Race for Real Sunday sessions brought to you by Aeroflow Performance and backed up by Blackout here today, putting on a great car show down in the pits. Plenty of different things to see and do here at Sydney Dragway for, got to say, not a lot of money really, considering that how long you can be out here enjoying yourself, running your car, checking out some cool things, a little bit of everything.
Well, I think there appears to be a pretty good vibe going on. We've got a reasonable crowd sitting in the grandstands and on the cauldron there. So hopefully they're all enjoying what they're seeing. We're not too far away from getting into our burnout action, which will kick off from around 3 o'clock this afternoon.
Yep, absolutely. There's always plenty of people keen to watch a bit of burnout action here at Sydney Dragway as well, so we welcome them with open arms. Got a, looks like a Series E1 HSV GTS, I think, or R8 down there, which I don't know if I've seen that today. Has it done some drag racing maybe earlier?
The white one?
Yeah, the white one.
Yes, yeah, did quite a few runs.
Yep.
In.
Oh, it was a bit of a late starter today.
That's okay. Yep, no, he did quite a few runs, I think.
Yep. Well, good to see him hanging around for a bit of roll drags action. So 177 kilometres an hour to 174 in the VE Ute. Okay. Bit more holding action happening. Brian Edising, and I'm pretty sure Angie Phipps down there in the Statesman. Again, very familiar competitors here.
So Brian has the measure here, and we'll run on through first with 174 kilometres an hour to 158 in the rocket lane for Angie.
Okay. Another pairing, so Sammy Joe in the red VE versus the blue Holden Ute. And then we've got just 2 pairs of bikes again. Sammy Joe leading the way down there in the Aeroflow lane. The VE goes through for 179 kph, 172 for the Holden Ute. I think that's a PB for the Holden Ute. Not bad. Okay, next pair of bikes. coming on through. Good tuck from both riders there, keeping pace. Got the green light. And it looks like wheels staying down. ZH2 in the rocket lane. Looks like it's going to edge out. Certainly does. 233 kilometers an hour to 230 for the Aeroflow lane. So nice close racing there from the bikes today. It's Michael Richards again on the GSXR 1000 in the rocket lane. And certainly I'm not familiar with what the bike is in the Aeroflow lane, but certainly a smaller capacity. But full commitment for the rider. Got all of the tuck happening. Richards is going to streak on through. Run. Didn't see the timing on that one, but has previously run 231 kph. Okay, and that brings us back around into the four-wheel competitors.
A little bit of a nitrous happening in both engine bays right now. The older model holding away on the hit. Yeah,
looks like it's going to hold that advantage as well.
It does.
Nice one. 180 kilometres an hour for the Nitrous 6 versus 179 for the VX. Very nice. I don't know if Michael from Speed for Sale's down here today, but I think there's a couple of competitors that wish he was. Doing the nitrous refills on a regular basis here on Wednesdays and Saturdays. Okay, that's the two turbo LS cars that have been pretty closely. Not bad. So the sedan gets it to 223 to 217 for the Ute. We need those guys to pair up a bit more often because that'll be some pretty close ones. It's coming through next. Okay, so we've got the 33, beautiful blue 33 Skyline versus the Hyundai Tiburon.
I think these two raced each other last time, so it'd be a good indication to see which will get there. Looks like the Skyline out in front at the moment, Pat.
Yep.
Although the V6 of the Hyundai certainly keeping honest.
I think it got there. We didn't get the timing, unfortunately, on that one. But yeah, it's funny, you know, we see so many Skylines these days. They've all got big turbos on them, and you know, make a bunch of horsepower with built engines. It's easy to forget that they weren't, compared to modern standards, they weren't really that fast out of the factory.
No, but again, we talk about unreleased potential.
Yes,
I guess is a big one there.
Right. That's right, and you got to remember that's mid-90s technology.
Yes.
So, well, actually earlier.
And the mechanics would have had the same issue when they opened the bonnet, gone, what?
Yeah. Where's all these extra tubes and vacuum lines going? What's happening here?
We don't need them.
Get rid of those. I've got good news and bad news for you. Your car went really well until it blew up. The old left the wastegate line off.
Yeah.
Trick. All right, Golf R versus M3 down there by the looks of things. Still not really getting the launch quite right down there, so more to work on. 180 to the Golf, who got there first, but 190 kilometers per hour for the M3 in the rocket lane. I don't know. I haven't been able to hear the sound of this. I can't see if it's a C55 or a C32. I think it's a C55, which is the early 5.4 V8 in that Mercedes. The one previous to that was C32, which is a supercharged V6.
Doesn't sound like a V6.
No. So I'm going to say 5.4. It gets the win, 164 kilometers an hour to 128 for the Polo GTI. Okay, so we got Brad Stewart in the RS3 coming back through versus the later model Subaru WRX. A lot of limiter action happening down there.
I think out of the Subaru there, I was just going to say, I think there would be a very close race. There's only a few kilometres now between their PBs. And the Audi takes it, Pat, right on the finish line.
It does.
171 kilometres an hour to 160. I'm wondering if that, obviously the limiter bash at the top of whatever gear.
That might have been it, yeah.
Didn't do the Subaru any advantage. It was, I think, in front on the hit, but yeah, gave it away. Our track crew just checking out the rocket lane there.
Just double checking, making sure that it's safe for the last couple of pairs to go down. So it looks like we've got 2 more pairs of roll drags competitors to go through before we do start changing things back over for the burnout entertainment for the afternoon. I think we've got a couple of cars down there that are lined up to do some burnouts for everyone, entertain folks here in the stands and on the live stream. Okay, one more pass for Black M3 and the Focus ST.
And 215 kilometres an hour there for the Aeroflow lane.
188 from that Focus. There's nothing to sneeze at.
Certainly surprise you when you pull up beside the little Focus.
Yep. Right, 86 versus Holden Ute. Okay. I think we...
And 162 kilometres an hour there for the 1-tonner to 146 there for the 86 in the Aeroflow lane. You asked for it, Pat.
Yes.
And here it comes.
E30 versus VZ Ute. I'm pretty sure it's a VZ. I've been calling it a VZ Ute all day. I'm just going off the hard cover that's on the back. But I can't tell if it's a VY or a VZ from here. Why these manufacturers always make the models so close to each other? Yeah, it's like don't they know that it's hard for us to tell the difference from up here in the commentary box?
They're not worried about you and I, Pat. All they're worried about is the Oxford Scholars that they get for bringing out a new series.
Shows Holden they're not even around anymore. Maybe they should listen to us. Okay, all right, so we've got at least one more pair. We are set to start setting up burnouts at 3 o'clock, everyone, so we're going to run those of you that still want to do some more roll drags. The lanes still are open. Here goes the Red Ute versus the E30. Bit of fighting traction for both vehicles there. Looks like the Ute is going to take it out, 214 to 198. So super consistent from both of those vehicles today.
Yeah, definitely.
I think that's a PB for the E30 as well, 198. Just shy of the 200 kilometre an hour mark.
Yeah, the Ute down a little bit on its PB, but I think the opposite in the rocket lane there, Pat.
Yep. Okay, so that C55 is back around again, and I think it could be the gapped M3. Is it gapped? Yep, okay. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say it'll live up to its plate number with this pairing. Certainly the newer model BMW is going to lead the way across the line there. 187 to 162 for the C55 in the rocket lane. Yep, we've got another pairing just about to come through the tunnel. Golf R versus WRX. I think it's an STI, actually. I should give it the credit of saying it's an STI. Because if I had an STI and someone called it WRX all day, I'd be upset too. It's actually a pretty close race.
It sure is.
Golf might stretch it.
Ooh,
Just,
yeah.
Really close on ET and speed there as well. 12.0, 12.0, 185, 181. Amazing. So I'm not sure if you're watching on the live stream or here at the track, you'll notice that just as the guys went through the finish line, well, their cameras decided to lock up. So that's always good.
Give Ben some time to rectify that, and we'll be back with some burnout action. I can see those competitors have assembled in the staging lanes and will be brought forward across the pad for some tyre frying action in the very, very near future. So we'll go to some ads from some of our sponsorship partners here at Sydney Dragway. Pat and I will be back with you very, very shortly. Aeroflow Products Sunday sessions here at Sydney Dragway.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Whether you're building a street machine or a race car, Aeroflow Performance has a solution for you. Our ever-increasing range features boosted turbocharger systems, Bosch Motorsport products, X-Pro electrical systems, hoses and fittings, bang shift shifters, differential parts, and fabrication components. You can see it all on aeroflowperformance.com.
Drag racing is not just about the horsepower. There is also some cool science at play right here on the racetrack. These drag strips aren't just regular concrete. We treat it with a special kind of glue often referred to as traction compound. I usually twist my foot and it's all... This is designed to ramp up the traction of the track's surface. It's getting worse by the minute for us racers to go straight and fast. In drag racing, every millisecond counts. That's why the teams adjust the car's setup to suit the track conditions. Teams can assess the traction on the track by using this interesting device called a traction meter gauge. The bottom of the device has a rubber pad that mimics a racing slick. To measure the track's grip value, the user stands on the base, ensuring the rubber pad bonds with the racing surface. Turning the torque arm on the top of the device will rotate the rubber pad. When the bond breaks, the user will see a number on the dial. Teams can then use this number to help create baselines for grip within their respective setup.
I've chosen to use VP racing fuels since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP racing fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP racing fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent. It's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as you might have noticed, racing has stopped on the drag strip, so roll racing has finished. As we mentioned, we've got the crews getting out there and getting ready to fire up for the burnout display this afternoon. We've got the cars lined up in staging lanes, and they're ready to come out and entertain you folks. Now, don't forget, when the burnouts start, we do need you to move back to the seats. Basically, you can see the first 4 or 5 rows. There is some orange bunting, so little orange triangles that are strung up across the top of the chairs there. You've got to sit behind that bunting when the burnout cars come out. So you'll still be able to see plenty when the cars are down there, chucking some skids and ripping tyres apart. But we just want you to stay a little bit further back, because the last thing you need to go home with on a Sunday afternoon is a bit of rubber stuck in the side of your face. It's not great. Sounds fun, but it's not. It's really not. So it's been a great day here at Sydney Dragway for Aeroflow Performance Race for Real Sunday sessions, also supported by Blackout with the car show down in the pits. So while we're setting up for the burnouts, there's still plenty of cars down there in the pits that are pretty cool things to look at. So get on down there, have a look, grab a coffee, grab something to eat from the vendors that we've got up the top behind the grandstand. Won't be too much longer. We'll be back out with plenty of burnouts here at Race for Real Sunday sessions. All right, as you can see, the burnouts have kicked off here at Sydney Dragway. Race for real Sunday sessions. We've got the blue VE tipping it in. He's going to chuck it out there. Give him a round of applause, those of you guys up in the stands. That's what you're all here for. Not just any VE, it's a Senator, I think, from memory. So that's pretty cool. He's getting out there in style.
In comfort. I wonder if the aircon's on.
Yeah. I don't know. Windows are down. Maybe no.
No.
He's still not shy in getting a set off this thing. Pretty decent throttle control as well. He's not just bashing it into the limiter, so he's done this before. I think I can hear the whine of a supercharger, Bushy. Is that?
I was just going to ask the same question.
Yeah.
It's definitely something whistling away there.
Yeah, you got 2300 or 2650 under the bonnet, which is always helpful when it comes to bashing the tyres off it. I don't know. I didn't manage to see what size tyre was on, but if it's a HSV, it's probably got big brakes, so it's probably got a bigger wheel and tyre combo than the old trusty 15s.
Yeah, I'm guessing he's not going to be one to... The car looks in pretty good nick. I'm guessing he's not going to want to rim bash it, Pat.
Yeah. Oh, why not? Come on. That was a pretty decent effort. It's like...
I know that's the theory, Ben, but it's actually a nice-looking car at the minute.
Yeah,
so
it's actually got like... I don't know. They're like... Are they the factory alloys on that thing?
They look it, don't they? They've definitely got some shine to it.
Pretty decent. Give him a big round of applause, guys. A lot of style for the HSV Senator down there. And if I'm getting any of these calls on the spec wrong, it's because I've got a long way to try and look to see that car. But looks like a Senator to me, so good on him.
Yep. And if there is a problem, your name's Matt Kavanagh.
Yeah. That's exactly right, Bushy.
Of course, Matt, one of our other commentators here at Sydney Dragway.
Nice one. All right. Next is up the AU.
Oh, drifting over towards the wall.
Yeah,
is he going to...
Bit of a loose entry. He's going to chuck it in. That's a big tip in for the Intec. You can hear the 4-litre single cam screaming away. He's got to move it around the pad. No stranger to the Sydney Dragway burnout pad here.
Nice wheel control too, Pat.
It's very clean, yeah. Chuck it back around the other way. Oh, it said no more. One too many tip-ins. See if we can't get it fired again. There she goes. I think I'm mistaken, Bushy. That's a BA down there. That's not an AU. How dare I?
Well, we all know that AUs can do everything.
They can do wonderful things.
Everything.
BA's still trying to, still trying to make a name for themselves, right? When you've got to live in the shadow of your older brother like the AU Falcon.
It's a big shoe to fill.
My goodness.
And I tell you what, this driver doing a pretty good job at doing that. There's one tyre off.
It's off.
I think, or was it just part of his rear bumper?
No, I think that was rubber. There she goes. That's one. Yeah, I mean, you got the AU, the silhouette. It throws the shadow like the Sydney Harbour Bridge, mate.
I think the roof line's the same.
It's the same. It's the same. That's why it's the most Australian bloody Falcon.
I think the doors and that are the same, are they not?
That's it.
Yeah, that driver's got the two off. Still had a minute left on the clock as well.
Still plenty of limiter action on the way out. Give him a round of applause, guys. YT FB. The Barra gets it done. All right, you can see, I think, a VR VS Ute straight on the limiter in the starting box. All of the RPM on board for the Commodore Ute. There you go, the reverse tip in. Not shy on the limiter, but just feeling out the movement out on the pad there. Looks like a pretty well presented ute too.
It does. I was just going to say, it looks, it's got a fair amount of sheen to the paintwork. I mean, you can do this if you're not all about throwing a tyre off it and then let the wire destroy the rear quarter. But you know, it just depends on how.
Depends on how friendly you are with a panel beater and spray painter. Right?
Yes.
You know, if you're not a fan of the radial belt sander, then
yeah, it's probably about a 5 grit.
Yeah, that's right. That was a close call with the wall there for the ute, but she's got it re-fired and back up onto the limiter. Oof. Plenty of wide open throttle happening there. Around, pointing back towards the wall on the Dragway side again.
Just enough breeze out there to keep the smoke moving away so that we can actually see.
Slightly see what's happening there, yeah.
Well, means the driver can see as well.
Yeah, that's right.
Not just us.
Absolutely. It's back around, trying to get those tyres off. I think she's... looks like it's... looks like he's had enough, which is fine. Did a hell of a skid, so give him some support there, guys. The ute's looking good. Driving off. Looks like we've got the VTVX, the golden Tiger Mica Commodore in the burnout box. Plenty of smoke, plenty of wheel speed. Tips it in. Yeah, we got the passenger with the hand out the window. We've been in business. We're having a great time.
Just engulfing the pad in smoke.
Yes. Up the VX. Nice, there we go. Whips it around. Bit of a limiter bash. That breeze has eased off a bit, Bushy. It's making it a bit hard for us to see what's going on. There we go. He's moving around, just walking it right along the wall down there towards the tyres.
Maybe that was one off.
Sounds like one off, yeah. There's a big chunk of tyre up in the air. I think that might be another one.
Yeah, only using half the allotted time.
Short time there, yeah.
Or even less than that, actually.
Might have been one of those. What are we going to do with these spare wheels we've got here?
Yeah.
Been sitting down the side of my house for a little while. Might as well get them out, get them off. All right, good deal for the VX down there. 2 tyres off. See you later. There we go. That sounds like the Tirana, I think. Chucking it in with all the RPM on board. That's a treat.
3 lips, a bit of flame out there as well. We can see out of the pipes, I think.
I love it. Boom, boom, boom. Hear those big backfires coming on.
That's some pretty serious RPM down there, Pat.
Certainly is. And sounds crisp doing it as well. Yeah, a bit of a burst of flame we could see through the smoke down there, and there is a lot of smoke down there. Looks like it might have been a little close to the wall, so we're getting backed up. Get a bit of space. Right into it again. Oh, are we unsure of where we are? I think that's the case. I can't blame the driver.
No, definitely not.
It's a beautiful looking Tirana, so we don't want it to look any different to that. That's it. Straight on the limiter through all the gears. That is plenty of flame out the back. All of the limiter that you can imagine. That blown combo. Forget about the mechanical sympathy. We've got some tyres to get off here, guys. Make some noise for this Toronto, guys. It is entertaining the crowd. Whoa. Flames up against the wall. Another couple of hoops for the Toronto. Look at that.
It's like a flamethrower.
Yeah.
Mobile flamethrower driving across the pad. Every womp of the throttle is flame out the pipes.
Unreal. Tyres off it by the looks of things. Pretty safe to say. Give them a big round of applause, guys. How's that for a burnout on your Sunday afternoon? Not bad. Good job, Fry LC. Killer show. Killer car. Great driving. All right. Looks like we've got the AU in the burnout box, ready to get going. It goes straight up into the limiter for the AU. Got to get some wheel speed on board so we can creep down the entry run, tip it in. Really enjoying that static burnout right there.
You have the tyres off it before he gets to the pad at this rate.
Just looking for that perfect photo angle, you know, like the car's cocked over a little bit, plenty of smoke coming up behind it. Oh, there we go. Still not. I think you're right, Bush. He's going to have the tyres off it before he gets to the pad. Come on. Everyone down in the crowd, wave him on down into the burnout pit. Let's go. Let's get him down here and tip it in. We don't want the whole burnout to be finished before it started. Let's go. We can't.
There we go.
How's Jess from Mad Car Media going to get a photo of you when you're stuck up there? There we go. Chuck the AU work unit in, mate.
Yeah.
He goes a little bit shy to start with, but no, he's all right now. He's come around, warmed up.
Warmed up, all right. I wouldn't like to see the the temperature gauge right now.
There's a radiator bulging in the front of that thing. Can't stand it no more.
What?
There's a bit of a crack there. It could have been one tyre. Or it could have been some of the tools out of the toolboxes falling on the pad. I'm not
said
sure.
Before. You get an L gun. You get an L gun.
Well, yeah, one of the toolboxes is open, yeah. Got to let the smoke out of the toolboxes.
Yes.
Yeah. Tyres off it by the looks of things. No more smoke there. Give it up for the AU work ute. Good job. All right, VY ute. It's on the brake down there on the entry road. It's got a bit of smoke coming out. I think we're a bit shy on the RPM. There we go. Tip it in. Oh, no, she wants first gear. Kick it back down and keep it on the limiter, mate. You'll be right. It's playing with the throttle down there on the old Ecotech. Will it hold second after a whip? There she goes. Nice, not bad car control. Got to say, Bushy.
It's pretty close to the wall there as he flung it around.
And, you know, and it's not easy when you don't have a ton of horsepower as well, because you sort of focused on trying to keep enough brake pressure to control the car, but keep the power going so that you turn the tyres. So it's not all it's not all walk in the park. There goes one tyre. Yeah, it's some pressure in that one.
Yeah. I wonder if our officials down there jump every time they.
I think they're probably used to it now. There's 2 tyres. Give them a round of applause, mate. The V6 Commodore has done its job. It's got the bar off. It's got the tyres off.
In true burnout style.
100%. Good job, mate. And it does drive off as well. That's what we want to see. All right, looks like one last burnout car down there. I think it's a VT VX Commodore, another V6 Ecotech. Well, I didn't look that closely actually when I saw it in the pits. It could be a Buick swap.
You didn't check engine numbers?
Yeah, I did double check. I didn't look at the intake manifold. It's got the lights on the dash. It's the next undercover maybe. Moving it around the pad. Get nice and close, get the photos. That's what you want.
Oh. Photographer's stepping backwards.
Yeah, that's when you know you got close enough, right? I think he's got the throttle welded to the floor in that Commodore.
Yes. All or nothing.
100%. Not afraid to chuck it around.
Whoa, carried a fair bit of speed into the corner.
Full commitment on that.
Yeah, it was full commitment. If it went wrong, it was probably going to misalign the diff and everything, I dare say. So whipped into the wall. But again, very close to the photographers on that corner and the tyre wall.
Nice.
Yeah, good car control. Or luck. I'm not 100% sure.
No. Definitely skill, mate. It's always skill. Nice one. Make a full use of Sydney Dragway burnout pad down here. In the Commodore. Oh, yeah, he's going to get that around. Little tag on the tyres. Yeah. Hey.
It'll buff out.
Should be right, mate. Another whip. Oh, I didn't see if it had a fuel flap. It's a VTVX Commodore, and it did have a fuel flap. Maybe it doesn't anymore. Now it's tagged the tyre there.
Do you need one?
No, I'm good. I'm good. It doesn't have one. It doesn't have one. It's all right. Par for the course. I don't even have a fuel filler in my car anymore. But it's still got the flap there, just so I can show everyone else that I've still got it.
You've got it. Yeah. It's another way to save a couple of grams, Pat.
Yeah, well, I could take it off, but then, I wouldn't be able to look down my nose at people that don't have their fuel flap. If you know, you know. Good deal. All right, he's committed. He's entered back into the entry road there. He's committed to a bit of static to get some wheel speed on. Try and get these tyres off. Give him a bit of support. People out there in the crowd. He's going to get these tyres off come hell or high water.
He's about to run out of his 3 minutes, but...
time out.
Ben, the fun police over there, he's definitely trying. Car hasn't sat still since it left.
No, we're talking about high engine bay temperatures. Lucky he doesn't have a bonnet on it.
Yes.
He's doing all right. As much as you try, those tyres do not want to give up.
Should make note of what brand some of these tyres are that the guys are using.
That's right. You're really getting your money's worth out of these ones.
Yeah, they probably handle not very good, but don't worry about that.
Yeah. All right. Give it up for the Commodore guys. He gave it his best shot to get the tyres off.
There can't be much tread left on there.
No, there's got to be nothing left on those things. They're just too stubborn to give it up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, well, that's the end of Sydney Dragway's Race for Real, brought to you by Aeroflow Performance. The Sunday sessions, also supported by Blackout Society with their car show down in the pits today. Thank you so much for coming out to Sydney Dragway and sharing a bit of time with us here on a Sunday afternoon. It's been a beautiful day. We've had a great turnout. We've seen roll drags, we've seen drag racing, we've seen car shows, we've seen burnouts. It's pretty hard to top that, I reckon, Bushy.
Yeah, definitely, Pat. It's been a quite a good day, nice, relaxing, and good atmosphere, I think. And I hope the crowd that have showed up here today to come and check it out, or have been a participant, have enjoyed their time here at Sydney Dragway, and we hope to have you all back in the very near future. Of course, keep your eyes on the track's website for all the upcoming events. If you want to head out to Sydney Dragway on Wednesday night for the Aeroflow Race for Real Wednesday night, as we're here every Wednesday, jump online. If you want to race your car, tick that box, bring the car out. Don't need anything too special with your safety equipment, just a approved helmet, covered shoes, long pants, and long sleeve top. And you can get out here and race your car just like you've seen all of the competitors do here today. On behalf of Sydney Dragway, Pat Elliott, Ben Garrard, and all of our officials here at Sydney Dragway today, thank you very much for coming out. We've really enjoyed your patronage and your company. To everybody that has joined us on the live stream, as always, fantastic for your involvement into the streams, your help when needed, when asked, and the general banter that goes on there. Great to have. Of course, that live stream will happen again on Wednesday night. And from everybody up here in commentary and Sydney Dragway, travel safe on the roads, and we'll see you all again very, very shortly. Good afternoon.